Hi, this is Jade Raymond. I'm the producer on Assassin's Creed, and we have some all-new footage to show you from a mission in Acre, where our goal is to take out William de Montferrat. Now, we've already done some investigation. We've found out that William is the regent of Acre. He's planning to take over the city while Richard is out fighting the war. He's located somewhere in this fortress here. So we have to find a way to get in and take him out.
$3,000 souls, William. I was told they would be held as prisoners and used to barter for the release of our men.
The Saracens would not have honored their end of the bargain. You know this to be true. I did you a favor.
Oh, yes. A great favor indeed. Now our enemies will be that much stronger in their convictions. Fight that much harder.
I know our enemy well. They will not be emboldened, but filled with fear.
Tell me, how is it you know the intentions of our enemies so well? You who forsake the field of battle to play politics.
I did what was right.
Now this is an interactive cinematic. We never lose control here. You can see we're moving around.
What I see here. No. I see a man who's trampled it.
Your words are most unkind, my liege. I would hope I might have earned your trust by now.
You are Acre's regent, William, set to rule in my stead. How much more trust is required? Perhaps you'd like my crown.
You missed the point. This is nothing new.
Much as I'd like to waste my day trading words with you, I've a war to fight. We'll have to continue this another time.
So that's Richard riding off. And if you care about the historical facts, you can actually look up William de Montferrat. He died in the year 1191, which is the year our game takes place.
Send word that I wish to speak with the troops. We must ensure that everyone is doing their part. Warn them that any negligence will be severely punished. I'm in no mood to be trifled with today.
Yes, my lord.
The rest of you, follow me.
So now we have to find a way in here. There are a lot of options open. We could look for a path to climb up over the edge of the building. We could go in kind of Conan the Barbarian style and more action, pick a fight right away and fight our way through to William. But what we're going to show you today is a more stealth way of playing. We're going to use the crowd to blend in and get through these doors unnoticed. If you notice on the right-hand side, there's a GPS that's flashing, showing us where William has gone. It's somewhere deep inside this fortress. So we're going to continue without blowing our cover, find a way to get to him, to really have that assassination sneak up behind him moment.
Leave now or I make you.
And there's some guards there guarding that door, and you can tell they don't want us to go in there. So we're going to try to find another way around. Here, a shipment has recently come in, and you can see the people carrying the crates. You have to use a gentle push move when you go by them, otherwise you could knock over their crate and draw attention to you. And now we're going down this alley where no one is, and we're gonna use some of our climbing ability to get up there. And you can see that really the mechanic of climbing is based on the actual 3D. Anything that looks like a ledge that you could grab onto in real life, you can in Assassins. And there's a stealth assassinate, a very efficient way to use your hidden blade to get rid of these guys on the rooftop. You can see that they're kind of all around. That was a grasp move. If you are about to miss a ledge and you want to grab on last minute, you can press your freehand button, which will allow you to reach back on. And then we just used a throwing knife. Those are really valuable in these kinds of missions. You can see that we just took this guy out before he was able to alert the other guys. If we were going to use our sword and run over there or even assassinate, it would take us probably too long, and by then the whole guarded fortress would be on alert. proactively taking that guy out. And they're one hit, one kill, but you really have to manage how you use them.
Mrs. Grimm, we stand accused of failing in our duties. He does not recognize the value of our contributions to the cause.
And now we can hear William down there. We're going to show you a brand new move that we haven't showed off yet. It's the Air to Assassinate. It combines some of your acrobatic skills with the hidden blade so that you can really sneak up on guys here and get rid of William before all of the guards watching see you. If you draw attention to yourself, you're going to have a big fight on your hand, and it'll take you a while to get to William, or he may even get away beforehand. So we're going to drop down here and... Nice! Okay, we skipped ahead here. We didn't want to show you the story moment to ruin too much of the mission for you. But we are going to show you some fight. Right now we have the sword out. It's probably the most powerful weapon. You can also use your free hands to get enemies out of the way like that. That was a nice counter attack. Basically, the moves that you have available are changed depending on your position to the enemy and which weapon you have out. We just switched to the short blade. And we use the environment there. That's a especially efficient way to get rid of a bunch of guys at once. Ooh. That's a foot stab. Okay, we're pretty much surrounded here. It's a good time to break away and get out of there. We're going to try and find a way out here. Our goal is to break the... Oh, and this door that we came in is closed. You can hear the bell ringing. We're using a tackle move. That's really useful when you want to get people out of your way quickly, and it also creates an obstacle for the guards that are following you. So they're slowed down a bit trying to get around those guards. Now, we're trying to break the line of sight here, which is actually quite difficult. If you get an angle here, we can see that the guards are actually approaching from all different directions down below. And one of them's catching up, so let's get rid of the closest guy. Just grab and throw him down there. Nice. Ooh. Okay. We're close to the exit, so we're going to look for a way to get out of here. Use this guy as a human shield. That was pretty cool. Right there, there's an exit. We can see the birds are indicating there's a place to do a leap of faith. And we've successfully broken the line of sight and found a hiding spot. So you can hear that the bell is still ringing. At this point, basically, the guards don't know where we are, but they are still on the lookout. So if you look at the guards walking around, they have their swords out. They're looking for the assassin. We're going to have to get back to the bureau here without drawing attention to ourselves again. So that's all that we're showing today. It's a very small part of this William de Montferrat mission, and we showed you just one way to accomplish it. There's going to be a lot more ways to play and a lot more to see when you get the game this November.
After the success of the original Assassin's Creed, our ambition is to build upon the uniqueness of the first game, but this time on a much bigger scope. Our priority is to offer variety in all the compartments of the game. And here we are, Venice at the end of the 15th century, a new time period, and a new hero, Ezio Auditore da Firenze. And he's on a quest for vengeance, which you'll learn more about as the game progresses.
It's you!
As you can see here, you can use your environment to assassinate your enemies. You just need to wait for the right moment and finish them off. The crowd is still one of the central focuses of Assassin's Creed 2. And of course, we've adapted its look and feel to the Italian Renaissance. This Venetian carnival is a custom we wanted to include in our game. Now I'm headed to the top of the tower, where Leonardo da Vinci is supposed to have left a little something for me. Ezio is on his way to kill Carlo Grimaldi, one of Italy's most notorious evil men. He's hiding in a seemingly impenetrable fortress, the Ducal Palace. As we mentioned before, assassinations are now virtually possible from everywhere. You want to make it possible in any situation, in any environment, to take out your opponent. From this top position, we can see the whole city of Venice, and in the far distance, you can see the famous Plaza San Marco, our ultimate destination. So this is the surprise left for me by Leonardo da Vinci, the flying machine.
A cos'è? Shoot! Shoot the flying demon!
This new sequence shows how we always play with some what-ifs of the time period. We try to anticipate what would have been people's reactions if Leonardo da Vinci's flying machine actually did work. Here's the Rialto. Looks like the crowd is quite frightened by my flying machine. I also am using the hot air from the fires to give me attitude and speed. The fires were lit by my friends, thieves, NPC characters, who helped me plan this infiltration. I've almost reached my destination, and in front of me is the Basilica, and here, the Ducal Palace. It is very well guarded, and that's why I need to use my flying machine to infiltrate the palace and avoid drawing guards' attentions.
That thing! Stop it!
Il diavolo! Il diavolo è venuto a portarci via!
Coward.
This is my target in this mission, Carlo Grimaldi, one of the most powerful men in Venice.
I know you're here! Assassin! Show yourself! Or are you afraid?
Again, we've kept the air assassinations from the first game, but we also have some new ones as well. Ezio has 2 hidden blades now, which makes him twice as lethal. Now let's focus on our target. Hiding spots are no longer totally safe in Assassin's Creed 2, as some guards now have the capacity to search them, but Ezio also has some new moves to neutralize them.
There he is! Portatemi la sua testa!
We've worked a lot on this fight system, again with the objective of adding more variety than the first Assassin's Creed. You have 2 new types of enemies here. This is the Seeker with his halberd, and next to him, with the axe, is the Brute, the heavy armored enemy. There's much more variety in weapons as well. There will be more than 30 in the game. New to this game, I can disarm enemies and use their weapons against them. Let's assassinate our target.
You really are the devil. Wait! I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. I'll give you anything you want. Name your price.
I make this sacrifice for the greater good. Requiescat in pace.
We've successfully killed our target, but the guards are alerted. The smoke bomb. Very efficient when things get a little hot. Now, let's escape by diving into the water. This ends our demo today. This is really a first glimpse at the new diversity of the Assassin's Creed experience. You have seen new gameplay types, new ways to assassinate, new moves and weapons in fight, and believe me, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jean-François Boivin, and I'm production manager on Assassin's Creed 2. Today, we'll show you a few cool new features that we've added in the game through this short walkthrough. So here we are, Italy, 15th century, with a breathtaking view of the city of Florence and all of its famous landmarks. We now have an economic system. Players will get to do what they want with the money they earned. They'll be able to buy various weapons, armors, and as shown here, the poison vial. Progression was really important for us. Ezio will learn throughout the adventure to become a better assassin. Thanks to Leonardo da Vinci, we now have a lot of new tools at our disposal. Let's take out this guard with our hidden gun. We now have a lot of secondary missions that are not mandatory to the main path. I'll head to the Pigeon Coop to get one secondary assassination mission. I have been hired as Lorenzo de' Medici's personal assassin, and I'll need to assassinate the target he tells me to. Here, I need to kill a target without being seen. Let's go kill our target who's near the Novella Church. Our assassin has a lot of new moves at his disposal, and he'll need to use all of them to overcome the challenges that our level designer has put in this environment. Players can now use the eagle vision while moving around. Here's our target with the yellow glow. He seems to have a bodyguard with him who's glowing in red. Let's throw some coins to distract the crowd and use the poison we purchased and poison the guard with our hidden needle. As you can see, he's going berserk and kills our target. My hands are still clean. Now I know there's a secret location I need to go to behind those guards there to the left. Let's hire these mercenaries and use them to fight these guards while I slip through them unnoticed. Another of Leonardo's upgrades, the double hidden blade. Really effective to take out multiple enemies at once. Here's the secret location I need to go to. The secret locations are interiors of several famous landmarks. You can discover their entrance in various regions of the game. The gameplay in these locations will challenge the player in acrobatics, puzzles, and stealth. These locations are not bound to the main quest, but offer hours of additional gameplay, details about the story of the Assassins and Templars War, and a special reward as players complete each of them. These interior maps are another way we give players diversity in Assassin's Creed 2. Players will get to visit the inside of a church, a catacomb, a palace, and each location will really push all the abilities of our assassin to the limit.
Merda! The door! Keep watch while I go look. This was supposed to be an easy job.
I told you we shouldn't have come here. If I hear anything, I'm running to the other guard post, so help me God!
Again, Ezio can literally assassinate from everywhere. Use smoke bombs if he wants to avoid an encounter.
Saverio! I'll be back with the other guards!
What first started as an exploration mission now turns into a high-paced chase sequence. This guard is trying to run to the other guard post to warn them of my presence. In the game, players can either succeed in chasing him or let him go, which will require them to face multiple enemies. Now this guard will do some moves that'll force me to react quickly in order to keep up with the pace. So this chase sequence is all about high-profile free running. And as you can see, the environment is very different from a typical Assassin's Creed 1 chase sequence. Alright, I got him, so I'll be able to get by unnoticed. Each secret location has a special reward at the end. If players find and complete all the locations, they will get an ultimate reward. And here I am, back in Florence, free to make my way to my next objectives. Thanks for watching.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Jean-François Boivin, and I'm associate producer on Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood follows the continuing story of Ezio Auditore da Firenze in an adventure that will take him to Rome, center of power and corruption. Brotherhood takes place right after AC2, where Ezio is now older, wiser, and the leader of the Assassin Order. In this scene, he takes a break after all he's gone through at the end of AC2.
Ready to go again?
You don't need to ask.
One should always have the freedom to choose. Shh. What's that?
Probably just training exercises.
I have to find Mario and rally the troops.
My men are in the courtyard. I aim to lead them around back and flank our attackers.
Stay out of sight.
The struggle between the Assassins and Templars has escalated and will reach new heights in Brotherhood. Ezio has become a legend, and so he's actively hunted by the Templars, who will attempt to annihilate the Order once and for all. The game pushes the cinematic envelope even further, with epic, relentless gameplay moments.
It's the Borgia!
How did we not see this?
They must have massed to the east during the night. We need to hold them off until the townspeople have escaped.
I will take care of it.
Use the cannons above the rampart. I intend to lead a frontal assault.
Do you have it?
I am keeping it safe. The Borgia must not be allowed to reach the walls until everyone is safely away. Insieme per la vittoria.
Insieme. Uncle, be careful.
I will.
In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, we're going to exploit the full potential of the horse. For the first time in an Assassin's Creed game, you'll be able to ride horses inside cities. The horse will play a major role in mission and free roaming, and can now be used in acrobatic sequences as well as advanced combat. So you'll have the ability to use melee weapons against enemies on horse, or ranged weapons such as the crossbow. The horse will also be effective for executing quick escape strategies. Ezio's story in AC2 was driven by vengeance against the Templars because of the cowardly murders of his father and brothers. Well, this time around, Ezio understands there's much more at stake. Ezio will have to prove his leadership, strengthen and unite a weakened assassin order. But for now, Ezio must defend his villa and his allies.
Signora Vittoria, thank God! We must put them back until the villagers escape!
Load the cannon.
Destroy their cannons, Signore!
Ezio needs to man the cannon and fire its siege towers to protect the villa, giving enough time for the villagers to flee to safety. The cannons became a staple in battalions as well as defense fortifications in the 15th century due to their sheer power and efficiency. Ezio's uncle, Mario, had the cannons installed in the villa, anticipating an attack such as this one after what happened at the end of AC2.
He's dead, Signore!
And gameplay diversity is still a huge priority for us. This ballistic gameplay is just one example, as Ezio will have multiple new gadgets and machinery at his disposal.
Keep going!
Throughout the game, Ezio will encounter all new enemies, new guard archetypes, and allies. But right now, Ezio is up against the Papal forces, highly trained, extremely skilled soldiers.
Wait! Soldiers are climbing the walls! Signor! Forget the cannon! You must stop there!
Here, the enemy managed to breach the wall, and Ezio needs to fend off the attackers. So we're always trying to think of new ideas to help the player get around the city in cool and efficient ways. So here Ezio uses a merchandise lift, allowing him to travel up many stories almost instantly. In Brotherhood, we want you to take the offensive, so we changed our fight system to reward those that strike first and strike fast. The player has new moves and mechanics to quickly eliminate multiple opponents, and we've made the AI much more aggressive. Enemies will also now attack simultaneously, but Ezio can counter or use combo strings to dispatch multiple enemies using melee and ranged weapons at the same time as well. Just here I killed the first enemy using my sword and quickly shot the other guy with my gun. And of course, with every new Assassin's Creed game, we want to offer players new ways to kill their opponents. Here's Cesare, Ezio's nemesis and biggest challenge to date.
I know you're there, Ezio! The Pope told me about you and your little group of assassins. And this! Give me the gun his friend fashioned for us! We've had too much bloodshed. I think the cleansing is in order. So consider this an invitation from my family to yours.
The war will bring Ezio to the heart of Rome, a legendary city that has become decrepit under the Borgia influence, its people starved and scared. Defeating the corrupt elite entrenched there will require more than just strength and skill. He'll need to lead the people, teach them, and make them believe. And if he doesn't, all of Italy will fall. On behalf of the entire Brotherhood team, I'm Jean-François Boivin saying thanks, and keep your eyes open for more to come soon.
Peggy 18.
Hello everyone. Today, through this short demo, we're going to show you tons of new features for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. The actions completed in this demo are not all part of the main mission branch of the game and are optional missions that players can complete whenever they want to when in Rome. These side missions will have direct impact on the progression of Ezio, as well as the city life in Rome itself. So, here we are in Rome, the biggest map ever created for an Assassin's Creed game. This city is 3 times the size of Florence in Assassin's Creed 2. Upgrading the villa was very appreciated in AC2, and something we wanted to push further in Brotherhood. This time, players will have the opportunity to bring the Renaissance to Rome based on their actions and in-game investments to weaken the Borgia. As you can see on this map here, the Borgias have total control over the various territories of Rome. Each of these territories is controlled by a Borgia tower and defended by its leader and troops. In order to free each territory, players will need to take down the Borgia tower. I will mark this tower here on my map and start making my way towards it. Destroying the tower will free the people of this zone from oppression and let them reopen their shops, factions, and other businesses. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, we've included various types of horse. The one I just stole from this guard is a warhorse. As Ezio progresses throughout the game, he will build his Brotherhood. You can have several assassins under your command. Before I go clear the Borgia Tower, let's recruit a new assassin.
Assassin!
The liberation of Roma has begun. If you choose to flee, do so now. But if you choose to fight, stand with me against the Borgia.
I am tired of hiding in the shadows. I will join you.
Then seek Niccolo Machiavelli on Isola Tevere, and we will make you one of us. Their lies will no longer mask your truth.
Now that I've signed up a new assassin, I'm going to go manage my guild. Machiavelli has set up means of communication between Ezio and the guild using pigeon coops. I'll head to a pigeon coop, and from there I'll be able to send my assassins on contract missions and upgrade them as well. First off, I'll send my assassins on a mission to Lisbon. I'm going to send the new recruit who's a level 1 assassin, and I'll tag 2 other more experienced assassins alongside him. The more assassins I send, and the more experience they have, raises their chances of successfully completing the mission. By sending my assassins on this mission, they'll all come back with experience points. Using those experience points, I'll be able to upgrade my assassin. Each assassin will gain new skill points after completing contracts. Players can spend their skill points in upgrading the armor and weapon of their assassin. Upgrading armor will of course increase the assassin's ability to defend himself, while upgrading the weapons will unlock new swords and axes as well as new tools. You'll be able to balance each of your assassins the way you want. You can go for an offensive, defensive, or a perfectly balanced assassin. Your call. Now, let's head towards that Borgia Tower. There it is. I know there's a secret passage near here to get to it. I just need to jump in these columns and make my way over there. As I previously mentioned, to get rid of the Borgia influence in this territory, I must first kill the tower leader. Once I alert the leader, I need to make sure I get rid of him before he escapes, or I'll have to wait a full day before he comes back out. Each of the leaders has his own traits, and will react differently when faced with a threat. The Borgia leader just noticed me. He's trying to escape. Now that I've killed the Borgia leader, I can make my way to the top of the tower and destroy it. Eliminating Borgia towers will have an impact on the city itself, as each district will improve visually, as grey and rundown buildings will eventually become flourishing homes. Citizens will also see their life change for the better, as beggars and dubious individuals will be replaced by artists and merchants. As you're securing areas in the city, some shops will reopen where you'll be able to purchase heavy weapons and other important tools to upgrade Ezio. This was a short overview of some of the new gameplay mechanisms in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. On behalf of the entire Assassin's Brotherhood team, we hope you enjoyed this walkthrough. Thank you.
Peggy 18.
Chi è là?
Ezio!
Leonardo!
It is good to see you, friend.
Come here.
Forgive me. The Borgia have commandeered my services. Actually, they would have killed me had I refused.
What do they want?
War machines. I have constructed weapons for all the Borgia guards and other terrible monstrosities besides. They are very well designed, Ezio. Cesare intends to supply his army with my creations. You must dismantle them.
Grazie. I will take care of the plans and the machines.
As you've just witnessed, Ezio needs to destroy several war machines designed by Leonardo to prevent Cesare Borgia from conquering all of Italia. For this short walkthrough, we'll go through a mission in which Ezio will need to destroy Leonardo's devastating armored tank. The armored tank is being developed at the foot of Monte Circeo, southeast of Rome. The first part of the mission requires me to track and destroy the tank's blueprints. I will need to follow the engineer and interrogate him on location. This mission introduces a constraint. I must not be seen by any of the guards or I will be desynchronized and won't be able to complete the memory. Therefore, I need to be stealthy. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Leonardo will create new gadgets for Ezio. Here, I will dispatch this guard using poison projectiles, stunning him and quickly sentencing him to his death. This gives me a window of opportunity to air assassinate that other guard without being noticed. Moving forward, the engineer is now entering the fortress. I will quickly kill both of the guards at the entrance using my throwing knives. The gate just closed on me. I need to find an alternative path before I lose track of the engineer. There's the engineer. It's time for Ezio to use his persuasive skills.
Where are the plans for the weapon?
On the table, at the opposite end of the fortress.
And the device itself?
I am not sure, but you need 3 people to work it.
Come with me then.
No, we captured 3 soldiers. They are in a cell across from the plans. They will help you.
Bene.
So the blueprints are not far from here. Let's subtly make our way towards them and reduce them to ashes. I still need to be stealthy here and avoid getting spotted by any guards. Once the player has dismantled all of the war machines, Leonardo will grant Ezio a special reward, a unique gadget that will undoubtedly help Ezio in navigating Rome. The blueprints are destroyed. Now, let's go free the 3 soldiers the engineer was referring to. As you can see now, Ezio is currently wearing armor. We plan to have various armor sets for Ezio, accessible in shops, as well as secret armor and skins that can only be earned if certain conditions are fulfilled.
Where is Da Vinci's machine?
Follow us. They have hidden the path, but we discovered the entrance.
All right, let's follow these men. At this point in the game, Ezio has acquired advanced fighting skills. Strike first, strike fast is our new motto for combat on Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. We want the player to take the offensive. This new offensive-oriented attitude permits Ezio to take the initiative and quickly attack using new moves such as kicks, combo strings, and linked melee ranged attacks. The players that take the upper hand will win fights. Otherwise, enemies will gang up against Ezio simultaneously.
Leonardo expects me to maneuver this. No instructions, of course.
Using this tank, I will need to demolish the factory that is mass-producing this war machine to prevent Cesare from building his mechanical army. Of course, we have several other missions where the player will be able to control a variety of Leonardo war machines.
and ultimately destroy them. We hope you enjoyed this demo.
Karım bütün paralarımızı aldı. Meğersem hepsini almış, dün akşam bir hanım bir yerde kaybetti. Efendim, ne güzel bir kadındı. Ve de benimle konuşmak istiyordu. Hayret ettim. Ama çok güzel bir kadın.
Sayun Auditore! Word around the city is you're leaving us.
Is nothing I do a secret.
Not to worry, brother. The captain of your ship is a friend, but neither of you are going anywhere just yet. The Janissaries have raised the chain across the mouth of the Halic and ordered a full blockade until you are caught.
They raised the chain for me.
We will celebrate later. Here, I have something for you. Careful. This has 50 times the kick of our usual bombs.
Gather your men. This will attract some attention.
Rain from the east! The assassin is trying to get to his ship! Stop him!
Bring the ship!
You are Ezio Auditore.
Si. Sorry for the delay.
In Ezio's final chapter, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Ezio is on a personal quest in search of the secrets left behind by legendary Altair. Ezio arrives at Masyaf to find it overrun by an army of Byzantines, Templars who are also searching for the keys that unlock the hidden library and the secrets it will reveal. This demo begins near the end of a carriage chase, fully playable in the final game between Ezio and Leandros, the captain of the Byzantines. Leandros has the first of the 5 Masyaf keys Ezio needs to unlock the hidden library of Altair.
Do not take your eyes off this road for a moment. Do you understand me? Nothing gets through.
Leandros! Hey!
Well, well. Look what crawled out of its hole to die. He's at death's door. Finish him off. Bring me his head, or throw yourselves into the canyon!
Go! Get the bastard!
Seriously injured and unable to climb, Ezio will need to rely on different tactics to penetrate the Templar stronghold, located in a small village near Masyaf. Using his evolved instincts, his eagle sense, Ezio can now see Leandro's trail and follow his path. Ezio will place an already crafted tripwire bomb onto this guard's body to lure the patrolling guards into a trap. Ezio has picked up an ingredient, the caltrop. He can use to craft a new bomb. Ingredients to create bombs can be found throughout the world. Still injured, Ezio can avoid engaging in direct combat using a diversion bomb, allowing him to continue his search for Leandros.
Going like this make me nervous. Whoever did this. Keep your eyes open.
The assassins have set up bomb crafting stations throughout the city. By changing an ingredient, the tripwire bomb used earlier can be modified to an impact bomb for a more aggressive style of play. Also, Ezio can create a new bomb type using the caltrops he just picked up. Both bombs will be useful in his assassination quest.
Got an odd feeling about that. Don't let him get away!
Ezio was able to stop the guards in their tracks, using the newly crafted caltrop bombs, allowing for a quick escape.
Could it be that you are every bit as deadly as the legends say? Or am I in charge of an army of drunks swinging sticks? Right this way, Ezio. Nowhere left to run now!
Not for me, and not for you.
Kill that dog! Cut him down! Now! Die!
When a careful approach is no longer an option, Ezio can rely on impact bombs to eliminate multiple enemies at once. Now healed, Ezio regains his free run abilities, allowing him to get to Leandros and retrieve the key in his possession.
Right there! Right with the stone! Get him, idiot! Do I have to do it myself? Do your worst, Malagas! Face me! What does it take to kill you, eh?
Don't you ever stop howling. Requiescat in pace, bastardo.
The key Ezio retrieves not only will get him closer to accessing Altair's library, but also to relive pivotal moments in Altair's life. What you're about to see is a small part of an Altair mission in the game, an event that takes place before the very first Assassin's Creed game.
Another step, and your mentor dies.
You will not leave this place alive, traitor.
No, you misunderstand. I am no traitor. For I cannot betray those I never truly loved.
Then you are doubly wretched, for you have been living a lie.
Faced with the possible death of his fellow assassins, Altair will need to act quickly and find a way to infiltrate the fortress before the traitor kills them off, one by one. One of those assassins is Al-Mualim, the Grand Master of the Assassin's Order and mentor to his eventual successor, Altair.
You put too much faith in the hearts of men, Altair. The Templars know the truth. Humans are weak, base, and petty.
No. Our creed is evidence to the contrary.
Perhaps I am not wise enough to understand, but I suspect the opposite. That I am too wise to believe such rubbish.
The Crusader, who is revealed to be the traitor, will be a playable character in the multiplayer part of Assassin's Creed Revelations.
You offered him a chance to salvage his dignity. Why?
No man should pass from this world without knowing some kindness.
But he shunned your graces.
As was his right.
Altair, I have watched you grow from a boy to a man in so short a time. It fills me with as much sadness as pride. You fit your father's shoes as if they had been tailored to your feet.
I did not know him well as a father. He was an assassin, above all.
You too were born into this order. Do you regret it?
How can I regret the only life I have ever known?
You may find a way in time, and it will be up to you to choose the path you prefer. Come, my boy, and ready your blade. This battle is not yet won.
This moment, in which Altair becomes a master assassin, is one of the many revelations gamers will get to experience in the game. On behalf of the entire Assassin's Creed Revelations team, we hope you enjoyed this demo.
Peggy 18.
Assassin's Creed has always been about exploring seminal periods in history. The story of Assassin's Creed 3 takes place across 30 years, before, during, and after the American Revolution. A pivotal moment not just for America, but for the world, reshaping the way people thought about government and forever shifting the balance of power. So for those of you who don't know, our new hero is Rodon Hagedon, or Connor as he'll more commonly be known. Half Native American, half British, how he becomes enmeshed in the Assassins' battle with the Templars, how he becomes enmeshed in the Revolution, the story of our game. So we worked a lot on tree navigation, a new addition to our overall navigation system to allow Connor to deal with forests, cliffs, uneven surfaces as fluidly and smoothly as previous Assassins dealt with cities. We've added a bunch of new features as well, things such as stalking zones, which allow you to move silently whether you're hunting enemies on 2 legs or 4. Connor's heritage gives him access to new weapons such as the bow, which is a tool used for hunting. There are over 24 different species of animals in the game. Some of these prey species provide opportunities for the player, both as objects that can be traded, but also as quest items. Animals in the forest are not just opportunities, however, but also threats. Our brand new control scheme allows you continual access to tools such as pistols on one button, as well as maintaining access to your core weapon on the other, in this case the hidden blade. All the maps in the game have 2 weather seasons. One is winter, obviously, in this instance, and one is summer. Winter affects gameplay, slowing Connor down and encouraging him to climb. Crowd is a key pillar of the Assassin's Creed universe, and we've worked a lot on making people feel specific. But there are also sources of opportunities in the game. So here, the Doctor will give you a chance to add a minor side quest, and here you can finish off another side quest by dropping off the meat that you just hunted.
Here's the meat you requested.
Thank you. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude.
Connor's mission throughout the game is, of course, to hunt Templars, and in this particular demo, it's a guy called Silas.
Where is Silas?
Still holed up in the fort along the cliff. I hear he plans to leave tonight with a small force and attack a continental camp further south. You could follow them.
Let the Patriots fight their own battles. I'm here for the Templar.
To the point as always. Very well, stick to the woods. The fort is heavily defended, but if you approach silently, you should be able to make short work of them.
We've also worked a lot on life in the living world, adding features such as carts, as you just saw. Also trying to give purpose to all of the other characters in the world. So here, a small company of Patriot forces are attacking a British fort while the player attempts to assassinate the Templar. Connor's new fighting style is all dual-handed. He always has two weapons at his disposal in his primary weapon slot. And here we'll demonstrate that, all the new moves, all the new weapons, as well as some new tools. So guns are a larger threat in Assassin's Creed 3 than they have been in previous games through the addition of firing lines. So firing lanes are a key feature of the period, and we've integrated them into both combat and pre-combat to give the player different opportunities, such as the meat shield, to deal with them. Once you counter an enemy, you have a choice of what to do, whether to assassinate or throw them. Enemies can now attack together in unison. We call that a dual counter. We've also worked a lot on the different archetypes in the game to make sure that you have to change your strategy depending on who you're attacking. So in this instance, your base attack won't work and you need to use more advanced tactics. You may not have noticed, but all that combat took place on uneven terrain, just like our navigation. We've tried very hard to make it believable and contextual to the environment. The new assassin can also assassinate his enemies with all tools and all weapons. In this case, we'll use the tomahawk to finish off a poor fleeing guard. We truly believe we have the most robust third-person character in action games today, and here we'll show you some other new moves such as the slide. We can show you the integration of tree navigation and cliff navigation. We're really trying very hard to keep natural shapes, organic surfaces, to make believable terrain. Here you'll see that the environment itself is not gridded, that Connor is able to grab onto all kinds of different shapes, which we think is particularly special in an open world context. This is one of 3 ways into this particular fort. It's sort of the stealth path at the rear. So black powder is not just a key historical resource. You can see it being loaded there into that cabin. But it also gave us an opportunity to include some historical exploding barrels. So another thing we invested heavily in is this notion that Connor is always on the move. We gave him a bunch of new abilities, such as running assassinate. So here as he chases Silas, he can assassinate this guy in the run. He can snatch up this musket on the run, kill another guy, and finish with a jumping assassinate.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name's Alex Hutchinson, Creative Director of Assassin's Creed 3, and I'm excited to show you some of our brand new city gameplay. So there are 2 huge new city locations in Assassin's Creed 3, one being New York and this particular city being Boston. Both were recreated at around 1:3 scale based on historic maps that we discovered from the 18th century. So lots of key landmarks from the period are still there, but the overall vibe of the city, the overall feel of the buildings around those landmarks is completely fresh. Lots of new small features here. You see a combo of different, old school assassin's moves, not just hiding in hay bales, but assassinating from them and doing the whole thing in a moving cart.
My husband's over this way. Follow me.
We've also tried very hard to integrate side missions into the narrative, into the player's experience throughout the city. So as you move through Boston or New York or even the frontier, you'll see different characters that offer you the opportunity to help.
Hey, Lickspittle! Why don't you take yourself back across the pond?
We've integrated stealth positioning into the game, so you can sort of take cover against most walls or even trees, and then of course you can assassinate from those positions, just to help with general player acting and the sensation of being integrated in the world. You can also see here new moves such as the stalking zone, which are basically mobile hide spots that allow you to stay hidden.
What did you think would happen? You resist the captain and you get the...
You may have seen this particular new tool before. It's the rope dart. But what we want to show you now is how you can use it in a stealth scenario. So here you can hang an enemy from a tree, lure his compatriots over, which gives you the opportunity to free this gentleman here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We work very hard on the crowd in the game to make it more specific. They respond to weather, they respond to other crowd members around them. As much as possible, we want them to make the world feel alive and believable.
All anybody wants these days.
Chickens, animals as part of the crowd in the city is also a new feature. So Connor can also blend between any two characters in the world, such as these stationary guys, and mimic their actions, allowing him to hide within any crowd. And of course, even from this position, you can assassinate your enemies. We rebuilt the combat from the ground up. Connor is a dual-wielding specialist, so all of his base combat is using two weapons at the same time. We work very hard on the flow of combat, so your goal as a player is basically to continue your kill chain by using appropriate moves. We've also built a bunch of new archetypes for the enemies with unique behaviors, which you need to change your strategy in order to defeat cleanly and quickly. And we've also redesigned the health system. So now, as long as you're in combat, health will not regenerate. There are no magical health potions or other assists. You need to complete your combat before you can regain your health. City navigation has seen a big facelift for Assassin's Creed 3, whether it's new objects such as these monkey bars, the ability to run on moving surfaces, as you saw earlier, some new scrambling moves to go up angled surfaces, and this one of our favorites, the new pass-through, where you can cut through interiors to lose your pursuers. Although we had a rule when we started development, there would be no retreads, no mechanics we'd built in this game just because they'd been in the franchise before, we do like the notion that the assassin isn't always acting alone. So throughout the course of the game, you can acquire people to help you, and we built a whole range of new behaviors that you can use to your to better suit your assassinations. This one is calling in your buddies who have disguised themselves as redcoats, which can allow you to pass through different choke points within the cities undetected.
Well done, soldier. The captain will be very pleased.
Connor's mixed heritage, he's half Native American, half European, is not just a cool story device in the game, but it also gives us the opportunity to give the player some new tools. You saw the tomahawk, here we'll show you the bow.
The principle of the richest men in the country.
Killing that guy will lure his buddies away from the boat and allow you to sneak on board. Along the way, you can pick up a musket, you can do it on the move, some other brand new assassination moves. And these are also contextual, so people near the edges of objects can be booted into the ocean. So we really hope you've enjoyed this first glimpse at some of the new city gameplay in Boston, and we look forward to showing you more in the coming weeks.
Hi, this is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director for Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and we're here to show you a moment in the story where we see what it was like being a pirate. Lawless men and women living a free life, but at a cost.
Way to the mark, Kenway. Maybe he remembers where his rat is hiding. Before my aim markedly improves. That flushed him out. I'll catch you up, Thatch.
This moment is based on an actual historic event where Blackbeard was hunted by the British.
You hang tight, love. I'll be back.
As we tail this suspicious person through the party, we can see the nature of these pirates, carefree and careless, reflecting Edward's own state of mind, one that undoubtedly gets him in trouble.
I'll come back for your coin later, lads.
Here we see the jungle environment, one of the many new settings in our beautiful Caribbean open world. Other settings include caves, underwater, plantations, ruins, coconut islands, and of course 3 major cities, Havana, Kingston, and the pirate haven, Nassau.
And I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much. What was that?
We've decided to make enemies harder and deadlier, so you'll definitely want to use stealth when facing tough challenges.
No surprise. Secure the other side and watch the bar.
Aye.
The lush foliage and dense environment provide many opportunities for stealth and to allow you to stalk your prey. But you'll still have to be careful, as this guard's light will catch you if you don't avoid it.
Tell me about the beat.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose.
But for a moment I'd die there. Bloody savages.
Have no fear, soldier.
The next generation of consoles have allowed us to bring deeper immersion to every setting. The canopy reacts to the player, the fog and the lighting is much more intense, even translucency in plants and cloth. All the little details matter. The goal is to get you lost in this Caribbean world.
Quickly, send the signal.
We've really amped up the gunplay. You'll be able to upgrade how many guns you carry and the guns themselves. Then you can use them to do different combos alone or with other weapons. We've also added a free aim shooting for those who want that extra precision. A very important feature for us is the seamlessness you see here, being able to go from land to ship without a break in the immersion. It allows you to have free agency in how you explore and play in this world. AC3 was a tease on naval combat. We've pushed and deepened the experience with new enemies and new weapons. As we approach this man of war, we'll see its mortar attack and heavy shot. All new weapons that you will be able to find and upgrade on your ship, the Jackdaw. Another new weapon, the fire barrels. Very useful to hamstring a chasing enemy.
Load the heavy shot, lads! Aim at their waist! Bring that beastie down!
The seamless concept also extends to boarding. You can board and capture virtually every ship in this world, but the way you do it matters. The angle you approach it, the speed, using swivel guns to weaken the crew or rope swing to go in guns blazing, even jumping in the water and swimming to the other side for a stealth attack, it's all up to you.
We're outnumbered, mate! It's not the first time, Kenway, and it won't be the last.
Take no quarter, lads! And give none neither!
We hope you enjoyed this demo. We have much more to show you in the coming months.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I'm happy to be showing you our Naval Fort gameplay.
So, what'll you do with your share of the gold we take from Governor Torres? Return to Africa, prince among men?
I cannot return to a place I've never been. I was born in Trinidad, a slave from my first breath.
Yeah. But wouldn't you feel, I don't know, more welcome there?
As you might feel more welcome in Paris.
Fair point.
With this skin and this voice, where can I go in the world and feel at ease? This country here is my best chance. This country called Jackdaw, where I know the names of all citizens and they know mine, and we work together. Not always out of love, but to keep our country afloat.
I think I understand you. Let's take her then. For the citizens of Jackdaw!
As we approach this fort, right away we use the spyglass to assess the threat. Here we can see a schooner and a brig. We'll have to deal with them as we fight the fort. Forts have towers that we need to take out before being able to infiltrate them for a ground assault. Here is a new weapon in the naval, the mortar. It is great against fort towers, does a lot of damage, and obviously you don't have to worry about guiding the shot. This is early in the game, so this is an easy fort with only 2 towers. The world consists of multiple zones. Each zone has 1 fort protecting it. The harder the zone, the harder the fort. We've managed to take 1 tower down. There is a lot happening and it can get intense. This is a naval sandbox, and in this case we chose to attack while there's a brig nearby. This could have easily happened at night or during a hurricane storm with water spouts and 30-foot waves. There could have been a bigger military presence. There is a lot of variety and a lot of different experiences that you can have in the naval. This enemy ship is a brig, which is a charger-type enemy. Here, he has begun his attack and is charging in to ram. Looking behind us automatically selects the new fire barrel weapon. Using fire barrels, we can use his attack against him and do some big damage. You have a lot of new weapons on the Jackdaw. Here, we combine the heavy shot with a swivel attack. If we had upgraded our ram, we could have used it to effectively do damage against him. But we'll finish him off with a mortar shot. This is harder to do as we have to lead the shot, but super effective when it lands. Now the brig is incapacitated, so we can board him if we choose to. But since we still have a tower to deal with, we'll take him down and go finish off this fort. Even though we've weakened the fort, these towers still do a lot of damage, so we still have to brace to defend ourselves. Now that the towers are down, we need to infiltrate to capture this fort. To capture a fort, you need to find and kill the fort commanders. Seamlessly, we go from the naval straight into the fort tower we just destroyed. The seamless concept was something we knew we needed to push because it brings the gameplay and immersion to a whole new level. There are multiple entrances that we can take, some faster than others. And as you enter a restricted area, Edward will put his hood on, giving you the cue that things will get more dangerous. Guards will attack you on sight. Here, the battle's already started. Taking advantage of the chaos, we'll rush in and find the commander. Edward is a very agile pirate and an assassin. Using his free running, we can easily scale the fort and find the commander. And there he is. Using the new free aiming, we can headshot his guards. This is something new in Assassin's Creed games. Now that we're close, we'll use our running assassinate to take him out and take the fort. Taking forts gives lots of rewards. It unfogs the map and shows the nearby locations. It unlocks side missions, shops, treasures, and collectibles. All things that help with the progression of Edward and the Jackdaw. And the best thing about taking a fort is that it's yours. It will attack enemy ships and protect you.
Well, hello, Your Excellency. I'd got word you might be here.
I know your face, pirate, but your name was borrowed the last time we spoke.
Ah, yes, I recall. I missed that one. So, what's a Templar Grand Master doing so far from his Castillo?
I'd rather not say.
And I'd rather not cut your lips off and feed him to you.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I'm very proud to be showing off the Caribbean open world. Here, we're going to start with Edward. After completing a few missions, he's met up with the assassins, but he's not yet bought into the creed, so he still has this selfish need for fame and fortune. Edward is one of the most unique characters we've created for the Assassin's Creed universe. He is a man who is still trying to figure out who he is in life and what he wants to get out of it. At this point in the story, he still wants that fame, so one way to get it is to complete these assassination contracts. This is a way to make money and to gain a bit of notoriety. So here we go. We have 2 targets to take out, 2 Templar brothers. So we're going to accept the contract, and the world map is going to show us where this contract takes place. So we see here that the contract is actually very close to us. It starts in the village we're in, but as we zoom out, we want to show you the world that we have. Many locations, over 50 locations, centered by Cuba, the Bahamas, and Florida up north. This is a massive world. There's a lot to find and do in this Caribbean Sea. But now we'll get back to the Fisherman Village and go after our targets. The Fisherman Village, it's one type of location in this world. It's really here as a convenience to the player. This is where you can start missions, where you can shop to upgrade Edward and the Jackdaw itself. It's really about the mood and the ambiance of the Caribbean Sea. In the distance, we have a tavern that we're approaching. Taverns are places where you can hire crew, play mini games, drink if you wish. But for now, we're going to focus on the targets and take them out. Now that we've taken out one brother, the other one's going to bolt. Just like classic ACs, we can chase him down and take him out that way, but there's many ways to complete this contract. We can use the new free aim system to shoot him this way, to eliminate him that way. We can jump onto the ship and take him out with his crew, but instead we're going to let him escape into the sea and follow him with the Jackdaw. This is your ship. This is the second main character of the game. You're going to have to customize and upgrade the ship as you go on this journey with Edward. We've seamlessly gone from a ground chase right into a naval chase. We could destroy the ship and complete the contract that way, but instead, using the spyglass, we can see that he's carrying a lot of rum. Rum is important in the economy system. It's one way of making a lot of money if you sell it properly. So instead of destroying the ship, we're going to plunder that ship. Fire! Here you can see the upgrades that we've made into the naval combat. Using the front cannons, you can shoot chain shots to slow down the ship. Using the new round shot mechanic of trajectory aiming, you can aim for the hull and do a lot of damage this way. This specific enemy is what we call a frigate. Frigates are the type of ships that you need to destroy as fast as you can, because the longer the fight lasts, the more damage they're capable of doing. We have other enemy types like the Charger or the Man of War. The Man of War is a massive ship capable of carrying over 100 cannons. These are ships that you really need to upgrade to be able to face. But now that this frigate has been demasted, we can start the boarding. Boarding, it's very important. You are a pirate. This is how you gain cargo. This is how you take on ships. So here we can start the boarding from any orientation or angle we wish. The distance even matters. If you get too close, the 2 crews will just jump right into each other. If you start a bit further, you can jump in the water and go in for a sneak stealth attack. We have 2 objectives to accomplish for this boarding. We can take out the captain, and we need to take out some of his crew. So using the swivel gun, we will efficiently take out a lot of the crew. And now we'll go for the captain using Edward's navigation abilities. Here, again, using the new frame system, we have a dangerous enemy on the other side taking out our crew. We can easily take him out with a headshot. So what we see here is that two ships have come together to create this 3D environment where using your assassin abilities to navigate, to be stealthy, you can take the advantage and get the kill by surprise. Now that we've taken out the captain, we still need to take out a few of the crew members to complete this boarding. Now that we've plundered the ship, we're gonna gain that rum that we saw earlier, but we're also gonna gain ammo and crew members and some gold. With every boarding, there's 3 options that you can do with that ship. You can gain crew members, you can send the ship to your fleet if you wish, or you can salvage a ship to repair the Jackdaw if you took too much damage in the fight. In this case, since we did well, we're gonna send the ship to our fleet. Now that we're back in the Caribbean Sea, we needed to make sure that every minute something is being advertised to the player, something new for the player to do. In this case, we have this uncharted location. These are what we call playas. We have over 75 of these in the Caribbean world. Every playa has something very important for the player to find, something that will help in upgrading Edward or the Jackdaw. So it's in your advantage to explore these locations. Again, for us, seamlessness is very important. We needed to be able to explore this Caribbean world without having too much interruption in the action. So being able to just let go of the wheel anywhere we want, jump into the water, and swim over to that location. This is very important for the mood and the immersiveness of this Caribbean open world. Here, as we get on the playa, in the distance we can see that there's a faction battle, but closer to us we can see that there's this poor drunken sailor who's passed away. But being a pirate, of course, we're going to loot his body and see what he has for us. So we found a treasure map. This treasure map is asking us to go to an island called Mysteriosa. Every time you find one of these, you know that you're going to find a treasure that is linked to the progression of the Jackdaw or Edward, so they are very valuable. Here we're going to take a look at that faction battle. We have a British ship facing off against a Spanish ship. We could jump in and take advantage of this opportunity, allowing each ship to weaken the other and for us to plunder both. But now we're going to make our way back to the Jackdaw. Again, this is the second main character of the game. There's a lot of customization and a lot of upgrading to do on the Jackdaw. You can upgrade all the weapons to fit the playstyle you wish. Now, as we get onto the Jackdaw, we can see that the crew is cheering for us. Edward has a really close relationship with his first mate, Adewale, standing right there, and with his crew. And this is something that you'll see later in the demo, that we can lose and gain crew members. Again, using the spyglass, we can really see the contents of a ship, but you can also assess the danger and threat level of these ships. But for now, we're going to continue to Mysteriosa to find that treasure. Here we've crossed into a harpooning zone. The harpooning system is connected to the hunting system, which is used for upgrading Edward himself. So you can upgrade the number of weapons he carries, the ammo that you can carry, and even his health. But for now, we've moved past that zone and we've got into a storm. Storms are very dangerous. If you're not careful, if you don't know how to navigate a storm, you will take damage to your ship and you will lose crew members. In the distance, we can see a water spout. This is a tornado in the ocean. These are very dangerous. They can suck you in, and when they do, they tear the ship apart and take out your crew. Here we can see its effect on a ship. This poor ship got sucked in and got destroyed. Storms are very dangerous, but we wanted the player to take advantage of this. When you've mastered a storm, when you know how these systems work, you can pull enemies into a storm and let the storm do damage for you. So there is a strategic element to using a storm in the world. Here we can see that the storm is dying down a bit, but there's still this torrential downpour. It was very important for us to get the real mood of and atmosphere of the Caribbean in the weather cycles and in the daytime cycles. But here, since we've survived the storm, did pretty well, let's order our crew to sing. Sea shanties are a part of this game. It's a collectible that you can find in the world. So the more you find, the bigger playlist you have for your crew. But But for now, we've made it to Misteriosa. So again, we're going to seamlessly get off our ship and explore this location. Misteriosa is a Mayan ruin. Mayan ruins are heavy with stealth and navigation capacities. There's a lot of treasures and hidden discoveries to be found in these locations. If we recall the treasure map, the treasure is hidden behind a temple. So just by quickly looking around, we can see that temple looks about right. So that's our objective, we'll head there. As we go this way, we can see there's a lot of guards on the beach. We could go in and fight them if we wish to, but to show off that this is a mini open world, we're gonna try to find a different route to get to our objective. Here, we've seen a guard. We don't wanna alert him, and we don't wanna alert the guards on the beach, so we're gonna use our stealth ability to take him out silently. With AC3, we were able to push the navigation in the frontier, which means using natural environments like trees and rocks and so on. Mayan ruins are the perfect place where we mix man-made structures and these natural environments. So you really get to feel how far the navigation abilities of the assassin have come since the original game. In the distance there, we can see another part of the island being blocked off by a patrol of guards. We're going to avoid it for now and go for that treasure. It's important for us to be able to give the players new tools, specifically for stealth. In this case, we have the blowpipe. Using the berserk darts, you make your enemies go crazy. Effectively, this means that they'll attack anything and everything in sight, including their own friends, animals, or Edward if he was in the way. So you do have to be careful with how you use it. But now that we've caused a distraction, if we happen to fall down there, at least there's already a bit of damage done for us. But using our navigation skills, we're able to get past that area without any trouble. There in the distance, you can see the jackdaw, placed exactly where you left it when you got onto this location. It's really important for us to show the beauty of this Caribbean world. The Caribbean has some amazing vistas, and we pushed ourselves to replicate this in the game. As we continue forward, we can see in the distance there's a couple prisoners that are taken hostage. This is a scenario that you need to use stealth. If you're detected by those guards, they will kill the hostages. So in this case, it's to your advantage to use the environment to figure out how you can take out those guards without being detected. In this case, it's 2 guards, so it's not too hard. There are other scenarios where you have more guards and you have to figure out how you can take all of them out at the same time. Now that we've freed these prisoners, they are more than happy to join our crew. This is just one way of gaining crew members. As mentioned earlier, there's the taverns. There's actually many different setups of gaining crew. Here, we're going to go back to the treasure map. We can see that the treasure is actually behind the temple near a fountain. So if we just look around, we can see that it's around here. Now that we've found the treasure, what we've actually found is a blueprint. Blueprints are incredibly valuable for the upgrading of the Jackdaw. This is how you can upgrade the biggest and most devastating upgrades of the ship. So here we're approaching a reach high point. Just like classic ACs, synchronizing with a reach high point reveals the contents of a location and the map itself. But as an added feature, because this game world is so huge, there are many different locations, this also becomes a fast travel point. So now you can, by synchronizing, now you can come back here anytime you wish to collect those treasures that we passed up a bit earlier. Here we've reached the end of the demo. This was a tease of the open world that we have. We're very excited to be able to show off this game and to let you play it very soon. Thank you for joining us.
Peggy 18.
Hi, this is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and we're here to give you a taste of our Caribbean open world. At this point, we are catching up with Edward in between missions, and we need to head to Havana for an important meeting. With Black Flag, we wanted to bring you an open world unlike anything you've experienced before, our most unique world with massive cities, but also a Caribbean environment that is filled with exploration potential. The world is filled with a lot of loot, a lot of treasures to find. As we see here, there's a sailor. We're gonna loot him and we're gonna find a treasure map. Treasures are very important in the progression of Edward and the Jackdaw itself, which is your ship. This treasure map is asking us to go to an island called Misteriosa. Misteriosa is fairly close by, but as we zoom out, we can see how massive this world really is. We have over 50 unique locations. These are big places that you have a lot of things to find and do. This is the Jackdaw. This is the second main character of the game. This is your baby. You need to take care of it. You need to upgrade and customize it because it's going to be with you for the long haul. Here's our first mate, Adewale. Adewale is very important in the story. He helps you gain the Jackdaw and gain its crew. In the distance, we can see Spanish and British ships fighting each other. We can jump into that fight and take advantage of them weakening each other off, but instead, we're gonna head to Misteriosa for that treasure. We can see that there's a storm building up. Storms are very dangerous. They're a big threat in this world. If you don't navigate them properly, you will take damage and you will lose crew members. Misteriosa is a Mayan ruin, one of the unique 50 locations we have in this world. Everything you find, everything you do has some type of value for you. There's lots of hidden artifacts, treasures, and activities to discover. We know from the treasure map that the treasure is up near that temple to the top of this location, so this is where we want to go. Now, as we get going, we're going to see that there's a lot of guards in our way. We can choose to go in guns blazing and fight, but instead we're going to try to get there as fast as we can. Using Edward's navigation ability, we can scale this temple without a problem. Now that we've reached the top, we know that the treasure is near that fountain. Now that we've found the treasure, what we've actually found is a blueprint. Blueprints are required for the biggest upgrades on the Jackdaw. To be able to face the toughest challenges in this game world, you will need to upgrade the Jackdaw to its fullest capacities. You can see a lot of ambient life in this world. Iguana over there, some birds. The world is as filled as possible with tons of ambient life, but also predators. As we go to head off Misteriosa, we're going to do a reach high point. Reach high points work as before, revealing the contents of a location, but as an added feature, now they are also fast travel points. So now that we're back in the ocean, we see our British frigate patrolling the area. Using the spyglass, we're able to see that it has a lot of cargo. Cargo is very important for you to get those upgrades. Here, you can see the upgrades that we've done to the naval combat. The basic round shot is trajectory based. This comes in very handy when you have big waves that you need to shoot over. By hitting the hull and not the sails, we also expose weak points to do extra damage. As we get in close, we're going to unleash the heavy shot. This is the shotgun in the naval. When a ship is demasted, it's the cue that the ship is now boardable. Virtually every ship in this game world is boardable. Boarding is very important in AC4. As a pirate, this is something you need to do to gain cargo and to plunder the ship. Here we start the boarding from any angle, any orientation we wish. We have two objectives. One is to take out the crew, so we're going to use the swivel gun. We could have jumped into the water instead. We can climb up the mast and take advantage over the enemy crew. We can even swing with the rope to go in guns blazing. But now that we've taken out some of the crew, we're going to go after the captain using Edward's abilities to navigate. We wanted to show off the navigation potential when you have these two ships come together like this. Again, seamlessly being able to jump from one ship to another, take out the captain by surprise, and win the boarding. Now that we've won, we can see the loot we've gained on the right side of the screen, but you have 3 options to do with every ship that you plunder. We can release the crew to gain crew members, we can send the ship to our fleet, or we can salvage and repair the ship if we took too much damage during the fight. For now, we're going to gain some crew members. Now that we have cargo and the blueprint, we can now build the upgrade. Fisherman villages are the perfect place to find that harbor master who will build that upgrade for you. So let's do that now. The Jackdaw has many upgrades, 4 weapons, 4 defenses, 4 utilities, and you will need most of these upgrades to take out the biggest challenges in this game world, the biggest enemies to fight. But you don't only upgrade the Jackdaw, you also upgrade Edward. This is where harpooning comes in. You use the harpooning system with hunting to get the goods to be able to upgrade the number of weapons Edward can carry, the number of pistols he has, even his armor. But for now, we're going to continue our journey to Havana. In our path, we see that there's a fort. It's blocking our way to Havana, so we need to have mastered the naval combat to take this fort out. But since we've recently upgraded the mortar, let's use it to take out the fort towers. Now that the defenses and the towers are down, we still have to infiltrate the fort, and this is where we see Edward and his crew raiding the environment. We're looking for the fort commander. Taking out the commander gives us ownership over the fort. A fort that you own will work for you. It will attack your enemies. It also unlocks a bunch of side missions that are linked to the fort itself. Now that we've taken the fort, we can finally reach Havana, and this is something that you'll see in an upcoming video.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I am proud to be showing you our city's stealth and main assassination walkthrough. At this point in the story, we're going after a man named Julian Ducasse, an arms-dealing Templar. To get him, we're going to head to Havana to build up Edward, but on our way, we're going to let ourselves get distracted by this unidentified cavern. To access this specific cavern, you need a diving bell. The diving bell is a real 18th century device that sailors and pirates used to access deeper waters, shipwrecks filled with treasures, and secret entrances to caves and cenotes. Here, you're getting a little taste of the underwater. A lot of ambient life, predators, fish, a very lively and dense environment, and this is something that we're really able to push with the next gen, to have this really incredibly dense and detailed environment. As you can see, Edward does not have his weapons or tools. This is the risk you take when you access the underwater caves. Let's whistle to attract this guard's attention. This specific enemy is what we call an agile. They carry blades. Taking him out allows us to take his blade and use it for ourselves. We've also enhanced the Eagle Vision so that you can tag enemies and see them through walls. It's important for us to push the stealth and make it a viable way to play this game if you choose to. Now that we've caused a distraction, this guard begins to investigate. We can take that to our advantage and take him out. Disarming is another tool that you have as an assassin to steal the enemy's weapon and gain the advantage. Being a great assassin makes you a better pirate. Once you learn and master the tools you have in your hands, you'll be able to stealth through almost any situation. Everyone has this picturesque vision of what the Caribbean is. The Next Gen has helped us deliver on this promise and dream. Now that we've finally reached Havana, one of our 3 major cities, along with Kingston and the pirate haven Nassau, each city has a unique flavor and feel. Havana is a Spanish-styled city. It was built as an homage to the cities from AC2. We love the roof running and the verticality of those cities, so Havana was built with that in mind. Cities are great places to find a lot of activities, shops, and ways of making money. We'll earn money by doing this contract and taking out a local Templar. This is a side activity and not one of the main assassinations. We have many of these, and it's a great way to earn cash. Climbing and free running is very important to the brand, as you can see. Havana has been built with this in mind. Lots of ways of getting on roofs and finding access to hidden areas. Now that we're near the target, using Eagle Vision will assess the situation. We can see some guards around. With these contracts, we can earn more money if we remain undetected. So let's take out the possible threats before going after our target. There are many opportunities to take him out. See if you can spot them all, but for now, there is an easy one in front of us with the explosive barrels. So we'll free aim and take him out that way. Since we were undetected, we also got that cash bonus. And now we escape the scene. Now that we've escaped, we'll take a look at our map of Havana. As you can see, there's a lot of activities, missions, and collectibles. Lots for you to do, but for now we'll head to a shop to upgrade Edward's guns. You can upgrade Edward to carry up to 4 pistols, but here we are going to upgrade the guns themselves. Since we're after the weapons dealer Julian Ducasse, we will upgrade to the most powerful pistols our money can get. And of course, there's a lot of customizations and upgrades you can get for Edward. So we've left Havana and reached our target's hideout. Here we can see that Ducasse is on that man of war off in the distance, so we'll have to go through this jungle to get to him. Jungles are places where we really push the immersion and the feel. With Next Gen, we're able to have a lot more physics on the plants, translucency through the foliage, better lighting, and much more dense environment. Now that we've reached the village where Ducasse's ship is docked, we want to remain undetected so that we can reach him. Here we have a new hide spot called the Hiding Door, good for taking out a guard and keeping his body hidden. You are a true assassin when height is in your favor. In every location, we've made access to rooftops easy. This, along with strong stealth rules and mechanics, are what fans have been looking for. We're showing off a new weapon, the Blowpipe. Using berserk darts, you're able to manipulate and control the AI to attack his own allies, even animals, and Edward himself if the player is not careful. There are many ways to get onto that ship. We can go up to the masts, we can go from the front, but for now, we're going to take him out from the stern of the ship. Now that we've reached Ducasse without alerting him, let's use our newly upgraded pistols to take up some of his guards, and finally, a headshot to take him out. Thank you for watching.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Ashraf Ismail, Game Director of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I'm excited to show you more of our open world locations and activities. This is by far the biggest and most diverse game world we've ever built. over 50 major locations, and more than 75 uncharted islands. In this demo, we will be jumping around to different parts of the Caribbean world and showing off some of this diversity. Here we are on Andreas Island, a coconut island with a pirate village. Up ahead, we have a tavern. Taverns are places where you can hire crew, pay for secret information about valuable convoys, you can play mini-games, and of course, you can have a drink. To gain access to all of this, you need to prove yourself with your fists. Now that the fight is over, you have access to the tavern and its services. This being a tavern, there's always plenty of rum to be drank, but drinking too much will have some fun surprises for you. Now let's head to that viewpoint and sync up. Each viewpoint in the game is a small navigation puzzle to reach the top. Synchronizing unfogs the map, showing you nearby collectibles and activities, and it also becomes a fast travel point so that you can quickly get back here. The world is massive. We need it to make it comfortable and easy for you to get to where you want. These viewpoints are also an opportunity for us to show off how beautiful and expansive this world really is. Now we're heading to another important location, underwater shipwrecks. We are now able to access these locations because we recently purchased a diving bell. These are real 18th century devices that pirates and sailors used to access the underwater. Underwater is how the golden age of piracy started. Through an incredible hurricane, tons and tons of Spanish gold was lost at the bottom of the seabed. This attracted poor, jobless sailors and pirates to dive down and grab this treasure. It was important for us to include the underwater as a new environment because it was so important to the history of piracy. The underwater is full of unknown dangers and predators. You do have to pay attention and act quick, but the risk is worth the prize as you need a lot of money to get all the upgrades for your ship, the Jackdaw. Stealth is very important, even in the underwater. Here, we can use the seaweed and plant life to keep yourself hidden from sharks and other dangers. This is an air barrel. It's a one-time air refill, so use them wisely. Of course, you can always go back to the diving bell to refill. We are going to move to a different location now. This is a smuggler cave. This one happened to be accessed from the underwater, but not all of them are. Here, we ran in without looking around, and this got us in a little bit of trouble. But it was only 2 guys and we took one by surprise, so not too bad. Caves are heavy stealth locations. Stealth is key in this game. We've put a lot of effort in to make it a valuable and exciting gameplay for players. Since we came from the underwater, Edward does not have his weapons or guns. You will have to use your stealth tools to get through this. Here, we will utilize the whistle to take out the brute. Anytime an enemy is taken out, they will drop their weapon for you to use. Again, we are taking these guys by surprise and using their own weapons against them. Using just your fists keeps things quiet. This allows you to take advantage over the second guard. Up to this point, we've been doing a lot of pirating. This has attracted the attention of pirate hunters. This is fed back to you with the clashing swords above the health bar. This is a first level hunter after us. You can push the wanted system to reach level 4, where you have a fleet of intense aggressive hunters after you. The horn you heard indicates that this is a charger type ship. This ship is all about getting close and ramming. Each ship type has a unique sound associated to it, the scariest being the war drums of a man of war. Your first mate, Adewale, is always giving you helpful advice and feedback. The chain shot is a stun weapon. Hitting ships slows them down. Great for stopping a charger's attack. As the masts come down, we can start a boarding. We need to take out 10 crew members to win the boarding. Of course, we can do it any way we want. In this case, since this is a smaller ship, the swivel gun is very efficient. There are many objectives in the boarding system, including destroying powder keg reserves and removing the flag from the top mast. But the most basic objective is to eliminate the crew. Here you can see Edward utilizing his dual cutlasses and guns, combining them in counters and combo attacks. You do have a max of 4 shots before reloading, so make them count. Plundering a hunter allows you to send a very powerful ship to your fleet. They are also a good way to gain ammo for the Jackdaw. In this case, we will use this opportunity to lower our wanted level. A very important new activity in Black Flag is harpooning. Historically, pirates harpooned as a source of income.
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
Harpooning is a part of upgrading Edward and his gear. There are many different types of creatures to harpoon, and they are all needed to get every single upgrade.
Steady now, lads. Success! It's weakening! The blast has torn the rope! Stay sharp, lad.
This is one of the smaller harpooning targets. Just imagine taking on a great white shark or a blue whale.
This one's dangerous!
The harpooning activity itself has upgrades, and you will need them to take on the bigger targets. You can upgrade the health of the rowboat, the number of harpoons you carry, and the damage of the harpoons themselves. This was just a tease of the activities and locations. There is tons more for you to experience. Thank you for watching.
Hello, my name is Hugo Gial, Mission Director on Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry. Originally released as a DLC add-on for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Freedom Cry is now available as a its own standalone title for digital download exclusively on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PC. I'm very proud to be showing off this game as well as introducing you to our new assassin, Adewale. Sold into slavery as a young boy, Adewale was forced to endure the hardships and injustice of slavery for years. When his plantation was raided by pirates, Adewale saw an opportunity to escape to freedom. Now, 15 years later, Adewale has become the trained assassin and captains his own brig, the Expecto Crede. We start the demo with Adewale and Port-au-Prince, a new location exclusive to Freedom Cry. Here, slavery is commonplace, and the inhumane conditions are such that half of all slaves die within a few years. It's cheaper to import new slaves than to improve working conditions enough to increase survival. The slave death rate here is higher than anywhere else in the Western Hemisphere. As an ex-slave, Adewale knows these horrors and decides to work with the locals to liberate as many slaves as possible. Now, let's liberate these slaves incarcerated in the cell. To open the cell, we'll have to take down this overseer to get the key. Like previous Assassin's Creed games, I have multiple ways to reach my target. But in this case, let's go for the more aggressive approach, and it will give me a chance to demonstrate Adewale's iconic weapon, the machete. Adewale is more physical than previous assassins. He's fighting for the freedom of men just like him, and the emotional response results in his brutal combat technique. In the game, you'll have the choice to liberate any slave you see and give them the opportunity to take part in the resistance effort against the slave owners. Once I've located and acquired the key, I have to make my way to the cell. Aside from Port-au-Prince, Adewale travels to plantations where slaves were forced to work 12-hour days growing sugar, coffee, and tobacco. Adewale can raid these plantations to liberate slaves. Similar to liberating the slaves from the cells from Port-au-Prince, the player has multiple ways to take down his victims. However, there are consequences to your actions. Determined to free these men, women, and children, Adewale works with the Maroon Resistance, helping them make progress towards independence from their French occupiers. Here, torture of slaves was routine. They were whipped, burned, and even buried alive. The goal in the plantations is to kill all the overseers to liberate the workers. You need to kill all the overseers first, because if they detect your presence, they'll see it as a revolt. And since the slave plantation population outnumbers the overseers 10 to 1, the overseers will start killing the slaves to end the revolt as quickly as possible. In situations such as these, when you need to take down as many guards as possible, it's best to use the blunderbuss, Adewale's powerful new weapon. It can easily kill tougher guards, such as this jailer. It can take down multiple enemies with one shot, plus it has a quicker reload. Once all the overseers have been eliminated, the slaves are liberated from the plantation. When slaves are freed, they have the choice to run off to live peaceful lives or choose to join the Maroons and fight. These Maroons are key to help Adewale bring peace to the island. This was just a tease of what you'll experience playing Freedom Cry. You can download Freedom Cry today either as a DLC add-on to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, across all consoles, or as a standalone title on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PC.
Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry, the epic add-on adventure from Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Available now as a standalone game exclusively for download on PlayStation. Also coming February 25th to PC.
Peggy 18.
Hi, my name is Michael Hampton, lead game designer on Assassin's Creed Rogue, and I'm very happy to take you through this first demo of our game. Our hero, Shay, is an assassin turned Templar who vows to bring down the assassins in North America across 3 major locations: New York City, the American River Valley, and here in the North Atlantic Ocean, along the coasts of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland in the south of Canada. This naval battlefield was at the heart of the conflict between Britain and France during the 7 Years' War in the 18th century, and the outcome would determine the fate of the American colonies. As a Templar, you'll have many opportunities to aid the British cause against the French, joined at times by memorable characters from past Assassin's Creed titles, like Haytham Kenway, who you can see here on the left. In AC Rogue, you'll experience new and improved naval gameplay. Templars have access to almost unlimited wealth, so as the captain of a Templar ship, the Morrigan, you benefit from the most advanced weaponry of the age. Up ahead, we can see a restricted zone with French military ships guarding it. Let's attack them now. For attacking at long range, we can use the mortar. Next, we can use one of our new Templar weapons, the carronades, which are front cannons that fire explosive shots, great for stunning fast enemy ships. You can also combine them with the ram, used to charge enemy ships at high speed and inflict massive damage to their hull. The Morrigan also has traditional weapons, like broadside cannons. Damaging enemy ships will expose weak points. Here, you can use the puckle gun, an early form of machine gun to destroy weak points in quick succession while free aiming. This ship is chasing us. In these situations, another new weapon, the burning oil, is the best way to get rid of them. As you can see, we leave a trail of fire behind our ship that will burn all of our pursuing enemies. The loot we have gained from this battle can be used to upgrade our ship at any time. But for now, let's continue to explore the open world. On the left, we can see one of many French military settlements that we can infiltrate. Each one you can take down will aid the British war effort, and will often unlock Templar missions for you to complete inside. We'll sail on to another location this time, the Sapphire Shipwreck, located further north in the Arctic. To get there, we'll have to break through an ice sheet that's blocking access to the area. Our ship is already equipped with an icebreaker ram, so we can cross through it easily. But this is an upgrade you'll have to gain through your progression in the story. Looks like we're under attack again. Actions you take in the world have consequences, this time in the form of a gang ship, recognizable by its brown sails and powerful ram. The gangs are allies of the assassins, and will hunt you down when you have a high wanted level. The gang ship has managed to ram us. Once a gang ship has rammed you, the enemy boards your ship, and you'll have to fight them off quickly to avoid losing too many crew members. One great way to do this is to use the smoke bomb to stun our enemies. This allows us to get a few quick kills in and gain the advantage. Here is their captain. Trained by assassins, he is highly skilled in combat and difficult to take down. Let's see if we can surprise him with the rope dart. Got him. With their captain dead, the enemy crew surrenders. Now, the ship is ours, and we have different options to choose from. This time, we'll add it to our fleet and promote one of our crew members to be the captain. We can now send the ship on missions to help the British in the war. While sailing, don't hesitate to destroy icebergs in your path. It can clear your way, but most of all, many have collectibles inside, like animus fragments and frozen cargo. You can also use them as temporary cover during battles. In the distance, we can see some of the military activity which is found throughout the North Atlantic Ocean. In the war between the French and British, you can help the British by freeing their prisoners of war. You'll have to destroy 2 military ships escorting the prisoner of war ship without damaging it. Otherwise, the prisoners you're trying to save will be killed. But let's leave that for now and continue on our way. There is also a harpooning site nearby. There will be many opportunities in the North Atlantic world to harpoon whales and sharks. Hunting these animals will allow Shay to craft unique weapons and armor. Here is one of our new animals, the narwhale, which is typically found in this Arctic region. For now, let's continue to our initial objective, the frozen shipwreck. In the background, we can hear our crew singing. There's around 20 new shanties you can collect throughout the game, along with many of your old favorites from Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. The weather in the open world is dynamic, and in the Arctic, you'll encounter random blizzards, which can seriously affect your line of sight, trigger rogue waves, and sometimes even tornadoes. Finally, we've arrived at our destination, the Sapphire Shipwreck. Let's dock there now. Frozen shipwrecks are full of valuable treasure, so they're really worth exploring. Let's head over there and check out the high point. You can also find hidden items, like the Templar armor. In order to access it, you'll have to collect Templar keys hidden throughout the game world. Here, we can see a polar bear. It's too far for us to reach now, but he is part of the unique wildlife which you can hunt in the Arctic. Okay, we made it. Now, let's have a look at the beautiful northern lights of the Arctic. We can spot a naval clash, another activity in the North Atlantic where we can help the British and gain valuable loot. We'll stop the demo here. We hope you enjoyed this brief glimpse into the exciting world of Assassin's Creed Rogue.
Hi, I'm Martin Capel, Game Director for Assassin's Creed Rogue, and today we'll be taking a look at some of the new Templar gameplay in action. In this video we will meet Shay Patrick Cormac, an assassin turned Templar who vows to bring down the Brotherhood in the New World, and see him in action using a range of new weapons, tools and tactics to hunt down an assassin and capture a gang headquarters. This is the River Valley, our brand new location that provides the first truly hybrid gameplay, bringing naval and land together in one seamless world and experience. The River Valley is set in the American interior, where the colonial forces of Britain and France fought for supremacy during the 7 Years' War, and the waterways were a lifeline for both nations. Shay's ship, the Morrigan, is equipped with the most advanced weaponry for its day. First of all, we see the carronades, front cannons that fire explosive shots able to damage and stun enemy ships. Then we move in to finish off our opponents with the ram. Besides its weaponry, the Morrigan is also faster and more maneuverable than the Jackdaw from Assassin's Creed 4, allowing you to turn tighter and avoid enemy fire more efficiently. The Morrigan also features puckle guns, 18th century machine guns that you can use in free aim mode to target weak spots and engage smaller ships with deadly effect. And if you find yourself being chased, then you can use another Templar tactic, the burning oil barrels. They slow down enemy ships and deal a great amount of damage. With the enemy ships destroyed, we can now proceed with taking over the gang headquarters. As you can see from the minimap, the area is shaded in orange. This indicates that the headquarters and the area surrounding it are controlled by gangs loyal to the Assassins, a collection of lawless criminals and privateers who fight the colonial powers for dominance in the New World. As you step ashore, you will see the objectives you need to complete to take control of the headquarters: to destroy the barrels of poison gas, to cut down the assassin flag, and to kill the gang leader, the assassin. Shay's new arsenal includes an air rifle and grenade launcher. The grenade launcher uses a range of area effect ammunition types, such as the sleep grenade, while the air rifle offers more precision. As you move through the trees, you can hear whispers in the background. This is Shay's eagle sense telling him there is a stalker nearby. Stalkers are masters of ambush who can hide and even launch air assassinations against you. But Shay is able to turn the tables on his opponent. In Rogue, we encourage players to use all the tools at their disposal to manipulate people and to create confusion and diversion. So now we are moving in on the first of our objectives, a barrel of poison gas. Shay climbs the building to shoot the gunner with a sleep dart, then moves across to neutralize him. Using a firecracker dart, Shay splits the barrel, spilling its contents and affecting those people closest to it. Moving on to the next barrel, this time we will get in close. For Rogue, we have improved the navigation, making it easier to access high places and to move around freely and fluidly. As the barrel breaks, Shay uses his gas mask to protect himself. The gas mask is proof against smoke bombs and all other poisons provided you equip in time.
Hold there!
Moving into the heart of the gang headquarters, let's destroy the third and final barrel to complete our first objective. Again, Shay uses a firecracker dart to destroy the barrel. This time you can see a prisoner being affected by the gas and join in the fight. An injured guard using a smoke bomb, and guards coming in to attack the berserked enemies and becoming berserked themselves. With the poison barrels destroyed, let's move on. Our next target is the assassin. These are the most effective enemies in Rogue. Switching on Eagle Vision, we can see that it is nearby, so let's proceed with caution. The assassin delivers a devastating strike and throws a smoke bomb to disorientate Shay. But Shay uses his gas mask to negate the effects of the smoke and gives chase. The assassin shoots Shay and calls in reinforcements to his aid. Using one of his enemies as a shield against the gunner, Shay deals with these guards and resumes the hunt for the assassin. The compass and eagle vision shows us that the assassin is behind this building. So going up high, we can launch another attack. This time, the assassin uses smoke to try and stun you, while he and his men attack. But with his guards defeated, the assassin flees again. In his attempts to kill you, the assassin is even able to use the environment against you, such as shooting barrels of gunpowder. Finally, Shay takes to the rooftops to chase the assassin down, and succeeds in eliminating him using an air assassination. With the assassin neutralized, the final objective is to tear down the symbol of gang control, their flag. As he throws the flag onto the fire, Shay completes his conquest of the gang headquarters. We hope you've enjoyed this latest glimpse into Assassin's Creed Rogue, and we look forward to you joining us and Shay in his epic adventure.
Assassin's Creed Rogue. Pre-order now to receive the Siege of Fort de Sable mission and the Ultimate Hunter Pack. Pre-order now, available November 11th, exclusively on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
Peggy 18.
Poor France is ill, and our city is a wound, inflamed by all efforts to heal her. A king once ruled, headstrong and corrupt, now headless and a corpse, murdered by men just as vile. Today, fanatics from all sides spill blood on every corner. 1,000 terrors I mean to cure, day by day, street by street, Templar by Templar.
Hello, my name is Alex Amancio, and I'm the creative director of Assassin's Creed Unity. Welcome to the streets of Paris, the most beautiful city in the world, in the throes of a bloody revolution. Atop the Notre Dame, our hero, Arnaud, surveys the scene. Let's make our way down using controlled descent, one of the new additions to navigation in ACU. We have completely overhauled navigation, allowing you to plan and execute exactly where you want to go. Essentially, you don't have to look for a haystack to get to street level anymore. This massive crowd is gathered in front of Notre Dame because clergy is being dragged out. Players can choose whether they want to get involved or not, save the clergy, which will attract attention, or let them be murdered and stay hidden. The choice is yours.
I think the guards can handle these rogues. My target may be on the move.
As you can see, the city is completely alive, with inhabitants going about their business, getting robbed, or investigating curious events. You will need to learn how to read the crowd in order to get a read on possible gameplay activities. For example, the crowd looking inside the building is curious about a recent murder. This is a cue for one of our murder mystery missions. Let's take a look inside the building, seamlessly, for the first time ever.
Bear up, madame. I will return to see justice done.
We'll add this mission to our quest log and keep moving towards our target. Remember, Paris is in the midst of a revolution, and systemic fights can break out at any moment. As you can see, The people are taking the fight to the aggressors, the enemy faction in ACU.
Here's the spot. If I'm not too late, I'll catch Captain Xavier at his dinner.
Our target is in a social club, one of the new types of locations in ACU. We'll need to make our way inside. Let's use a direct approach. Combat is much more challenging in ACU, and players will have to make good use of their wit, tools, and new combat moves. Among these, you will see the parry, dodge, tackle, and heavy attack. Before entering the building, let's use Eagle Pulse to plan our approach and see what's waiting for us inside. You can enter many buildings in Paris, which makes for countless new gameplay situations.
The machine, you mean?
Let's switch to stealth mode and try a non-lethal approach.
You skittish?
Wait.
For the first time in Assassin's Creed, we have a dedicated stealth mode, triggered at the press of a button.
If the Jacobins don't act quick, it's their own knives.
Stealth mode makes you harder to detect and allows you to circumnavigate enemies by using a cover-to-cover approach. Our target is hiding away on the 3rd floor. Let's get to him.
It wasn't me. I'm not the man you're after.
Where is he?
Palais de Justice, the executions.
Good. You should leave this place.
Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci.
It seems our target isn't here. Let's make our way to the Palais de Justice and track him down. You can see the unique skyline of Paris, as well as the one-to-one scale of the city, which gives navigation a completely new feeling. To support the assassin advantage on rooftops, we've added the high ground feature, letting us quickly and seamlessly see the gameplay opportunities around us. Taverns are social hubs of a kind, offering a variety of options to players, such as shopkeepers and join-in-progress opportunities for co-op missions. Food was becoming scarce at this stage of the revolution, and these people are arguing over grain. We could get involved, but we'll go past it for today.
I told you to get your goddamn money, alright?
This street is blocked by aggressors, the enemy faction. We can't fight them, because that will attract protectors, and we aren't quite strong enough to fight them off yet. We'll avoid these for now, by parkouring up this wall. This massive crowd has gathered to watch the public executions by the guillotine down the street. To find our target, we'll use Eagle Pulse, a limited skill right now, as we haven't unlocked the full power yet. Our target, Captain Xavier, is making his way to the guillotine stand to start the executions. As an assassin, we are the blade in the crowd. We have a lot of ways we could kill our target. We can use the Phantom Blade, the new assassin's signature weapon. We could use a stun bomb on the guards. Or we could use the new disguise skill and walk right up to him. In this case, let's send a message to the Templars and make this execution as public as we can.
Monster on Assassin's Creed Unity, the team and I are excited to present the world premiere of our new co-op gameplay. For the first time ever, you can experience the open world of Paris with up to 3 friends, in one of the most brutal, chaotic time periods in human history, the French Revolution. Today's mission takes place at the dawn of the French Revolution, where the people of France are dying of starvation. 4 assassins will be playing together to infiltrate a royal palace under siege. Your objective is to assassinate the Marquis, a corrupt noble hoarding food, and help bring justice to the people. We've built the city of Paris to be a truly open world, entirely available for you and your friends to explore. The result is an urban playground that's yours to discover, with seamless interiors, massive catacombs, and monumental scope and scale. The mob demands justice. Unity's new massive crowds are made up of thousands of active AIs. They'll react to players and each other to help create a feeling of immersion. These chain reactions can be used to your advantage. Coordination is key when playing with friends. His air assassination just saved me from being discovered. Detection would mean a completely different experience and outcome. Assassinating the guards inspired the crowd to storm the palace by force. These massive crowds are but one of Paris's inhabitants. Rival factions fight for control in the bloody revolution streets. While we entered the palace through the front gate, 2 of our friends managed to find another way in and helped us just in time. Unity's online experience is at its best during those split-second moments of synchronicity, saving friends, avoiding detection, or going all out in full combat.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a...
That's our target. He's heavily guarded. We should keep exploring the palace and look for a better opportunity to strike.
First one that brings me ahead gets 50 soon. You heard me?
Fortunately, one of our friends has used his lockpick skill to open an alternate path. In Unity, you'll have multiple ways to execute your strategy. That freedom, alongside randomized ingredients such as guards, locations, paths, or rewards, ensure each new playthrough is different.
We need to hold the rear gates. I will run my...
That was close. I almost got detected by those 2 guards, but my friend got to them first. I returned the favor by taking out the last one with my new stealth weapon, the Phantom Blade. This courtyard is called the Jardin du Luxembourg. It's just one of the many historical locations you'll explore in the game. From the Notre Dame Cathedral to the creepy tunnel of the catacombs, you'll discover Paris in a way you've never seen it before.
Thank you all for coming. Despite the poor sports outside, our illustrious host, the Marquis, wishes to assure you that the rabble outside can cause us no... Return fire! Now!
Playing with friends means that combat is cooperative, deeper, and more challenging. You can stake out large areas, plan, strategize, and take down much bigger threats together.
Spare me, please. They're only peasants!
That's it. Experience the chaos of the French Revolution with your friends in Assassin's Creed Unity. Thank you.
Peggy 18.
Hello, I'm Alex Amancio, Creative Director on Assassin's Creed Unity. Today, we're proud to be showcasing a small slice of our single-player campaign.
What's our plan?
Our plan? You're not an apprentice anymore, boy. So study your surroundings. Devise your own plan. I'm not here to hold your hand. No targets in reach.
Out of the way.
Move!
Where the hell was Duchesneau? Oh.
If you can't find a weakness to exploit, make one.
You've secured the cathedral?
Oui, monsieur.
Good. Tell Sivert I'll meet him inside.
Opportunities everywhere.
You! Get back here with my keys! Thieves!
And if all other plans fail, why not sacrifice yourself for the cause, your life for his? Before Altair, that was the Levantine approach.
You mean a dagger in broad daylight as I'm cut down where I stand?
Sends a powerful message.
I'll do it my way.
Whatever you think best, assassin.
This is one of Arnaud's first assignments as an assassin, and he must kill Charles Gabriel Sivert, a thuggish Templar with strong economic connections. All of the game's main assassinations now take place in a new type of mission called Black Boxes. These missions are designed to let players craft their unique experience by allowing them to approach the mission any way they see fit. In other words, we give you an objective and that's it. No linear paths or narrow level design are forced upon you. You make your own opportunities. Additionally, we provide you with mod missions, which are optional objectives within the mission, which actually change how it unfolds. More on that later. Let's find another way of infiltrating Notre Dame. This is where the mod missions come into play. We first saw a hint of it in the intro cinematic regarding a man called Duchesneau. Let's look for him in this crowd gathered in front of Notre Dame.
This is the only way in or out, and we've paid off the guards.
When Monsieur Sivert arrives.
We could try to kill him now, but there are too many guards around. It seems that he's meeting a priest. We might get useful information by following him. The new parkour experience gives you improved freedom of movement and allows you to select different paths on the fly. We really wanted to improve the player's stealth experience in Unity, and have consequently integrated a brand new stealth mode. Let's use this silent approach to reach Duchesneau. Stealth mode can be activated anywhere and provides you with the silence and agility of a predator.
God only gets 10. Who the hell does Sivert
What
think he
choice
is?
do you have? How long will it be before the revolutionaries descend on Mother Church like locusts?
Very well.
I'll make arrangements with Monsieur Sivert and see that the confessionals are closed. My employer prefers to discuss business away.
We got the info we needed. Let's use a smoke bomb to blind and assassinate Duchesneau. By the time the smoke dissipates, I'll be long gone.
What? Where's the damn smoke coming from?
Lifts are still present in ACU, and you can use them for quick access to harder to reach places. This door is locked. I could try to pick the lock, but I don't yet have the lockpick skill. Let's follow our current lead and continue the mod mission objective. Climbing Notre Dame, you can see the level of detail and realism we've attained in the recreation of this iconic landmark. From the top, you can see the city of Paris spread out as far as the eye can see. Paris is the biggest, densest, and most immersive city we've ever created.
Absolutely senseless. Well, that's adventurous.
Here are the thugs we saw in the cinematic. They stole the keys to Notre Dame from the priests. By stealing them back, I could enter the cathedral much more easily. Let's avoid getting into a fight by using a stealth approach.
What shall we do next? Well, seeing as how I stole his keys, why not raid the Archbishop's wine cellar?
Now that we have the keys, we can finally enter Notre Dame. Note that this is but one of 10 possible entrances.
Reverendissime Pater, postulat sancta Mater Ecclesia Catholica,
Notice the attention to detail we've put into recreating the massive Notre Dame interior. All iconic landmarks in ACU have fully modeled custom interiors, all filled with various activities.
Anathematizas etiam omnem eresim extolentem se adversus ac sanctam ecclesiam.
We still have the iconic leap of faith. Just look for a haystack. The red dot on the minimap in the bottom left of the screen indicates the location of Sivert, our target.
Move! Out my way!
Ab homine iniquo et doloso eure me, quia tu es Deus, fortitudo mea. Quare me repolisti, et quare tristis incedo, tum affligit me inimicus, emitte lucem tuam et veritatem tuam. Ipsa me deduxerunt, et aduxerunt in montem sanctum tuum, et in tabernacula adjutorium nostrum in nomine Domini vi vecit caelum.
Sivert entered the confessional, where he was supposed to meet Duchesneau. But, as we've taken care of Duchesneau in the first mod mission, we can take his place in the confessional and kill Sivert without alarming the guards.
Everything's in place.
Finally saw recent, did he? What's our cut?
30%.
Good, good. This is our moment, my friend. Petty nobles are ripe enough fruits, but the church has been leeching off the people for centuries. We crack their vaults. The Grand Master cannot fail to recognize our work.
As you say, monsieur.
Good.
Wait here. See that we're not disturbed.
Monsieur Latouche, I'm here to see the King of Beggars.
You all right, monsieur? Too much?
Come away!
We have to escape Notre Dame, but given the number of guards, using the main entrance would be suicidal.
quam et veritatem tuam.
He pissed off.
Ipsa me deduxerunt et adduxerunt in montem sanctum et intaminabula.
The Paris of ACU is a multi-layered city with multiple underground passages. You can enter a building from the top and get out through the underground. The possibilities are endless.
Split up and find him. I want to hear his screams. We want his bloody head.
This demo was but a glimpse of our rich open world. Stay tuned for more, and thank you for watching.
Peggy 18.
My name is Marc-Alexis Côté, Creative Director of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and here is your first look at our game.
It's reckless.
It's clever. The Blighters control every criminal enterprise in the city. If they worked for us...
Yes, but they work for the Templars.
No, they're paid off by the Templars. Slight difference. If we take control of the gangs, we take control of London from the bottom up.
You are talking about building yourself an army. Miss Fry, tell him this is complete madness.
You'd need to consolidate your control. I can keep the rival gangs and the police from sweeping in and seizing the territory.
You can't very well send Bloody Nora an engraved invitation. We have no idea where they hold up.
Yeah, we do.
You found them?
The Blighters are operating out of the Rookery. Bloody Nora will be there.
Good work, Clara. Tremendous work.
Jacob.
Can't talk now, Henry. Duty calls. To your health.
Apologies, Mr. Green.
We are now in the City of London, one of the 7 boroughs that you'll experience in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. The City of London was the economic and financial heart of London in the 19th century. The borough fully embodies the hustle and bustle spirit associated with Victorian London. Booming businesses, busy sidewalks, and even busier streets. New to our game are iconic modes of transportation, including trains and carriages. Omnipresent in Victorian London, carriages will change how you play Assassin's Creed. You can take the reins and traverse the city faster than ever before. You can also hide in them, adding another tool to your stealth game, or run over targets and enemies. The possibilities are endless. In this mission, Jacob wants to take over one of the Templars' control gangs in order to build an army against the Templars that run the city. To do so, he will need to conquer the borough by dislodging the enemy gang from their stronghold. Not unlike big cities today, rich and poor share the same environment. Even the richest neighborhood, like Westminster, had areas where the police would not dare set foot. These slums were where street gangs ruled. With the simple push of a button, we'll activate stealth mode as we are entering enemy-controlled territory. Also new to our game, the rope launcher will change the way you navigate throughout the city. With this new tool, you can climb the highest building in seconds, or zipline from rooftop to rooftop. Let's trigger Eagle Vision to study our surroundings. We can see that one of our allies is in trouble. Let's give him a hand. We first need to eliminate the lookout to make sure he doesn't call reinforcements. The throwing knives will take him out silently.
Well, that doesn't look entirely honest.
We are facing a lot of enemies, so the head-first approach is probably not a good idea. Also new to our game is the ability to use the environment to take out your enemies. Another one of our allies is in trouble. Let's take care of this before it's too late for him.
Are you in danger, citizen? Don't look the slightest bit disreputable. Please don't start any trouble. Here now.
Now that our ally is free,
Thanks for the help, boss.
we'll ask him to assist us in our fight for this slum. Here is the stronghold leader, highlighted in yellow. Let's try to take him out with stealth, as he is more dangerous than common thugs. We'll use the hallucinogenic darts to turn our enemies against one another. This slum is now won, and your gang occupies the territory.
Well, well, the assassins have come crawling out of their holes, have they? Damn it, boys! Deal with this!
We were caught in a trap orchestrated by Bloody Nora, one of the 7 Templar gang leaders. Her rule of the borough has been one of cruelty and suffering. We need to take her out once and for all.
Let's go. Come on! Faster! Go!
Bloody Nora's thugs are trying to make sure you don't get to her, ramming our carriage to kill her. Our carriage has taken some damage but seems to be holding up. We made it to the gang war, an all-out confrontation between your gang and your rival for the ultimate control of the borough. Jacob feels right at home in these fights, thanks to our new fighting system, as it is faster and more responsive than ever before.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are Jacob and Evie Fry. And as of this moment, you all work for us.
Come on! Yeah!
Hi, I'm Lydia Andrew, Audio Director on Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Welcome to 1868 London, at the height of the Industrial Revolution. The mission you're about to see happens in Westminster, in central London. London is under the corrupt grip of the Templars, who use street gangs to strike fear into the working class. Jacob Frye will fight to earn power and respect as he grows his gang to take control of London from the underground up.
These people are tired of living under your boot heel. You're a bully, Mr. Strain. And I find I'm not overly fond of bullies.
You are not on the payroll, Mr. Frye. Your opinion is no concern of mine.
Here, Jacob will use his gang, the Rooks, to confront the Templars' band of thugs in a gang war street brawl. Our new combat system is more brutal and focuses on hand-to-hand and short weapons. The target is escaping. Jacob will pursue him and let the Rooks battle it out. For the first time ever in an Assassin's Creed game, we will have fully systemic vehicles that will impact each of our core pillars: navigation, stealth, and fight. Players will also be able to ram their pursuers, but be aware that enemies will also be able to use this against you, ramming you off the road or hijacking your vehicle. To allow combat on top of vehicles, we've enabled carriages to independently follow targets on the road while the player takes care of the opposition. With our vehicle damaged, let's change carriage before this one falls apart. The target's taken refuge in London's Victoria train station, one of the many historical locations you'll be exploring, teeming with life and gameplay opportunities. Jacob has lost his target and will need to use the rope launcher, our new traversal tool, which helps you quickly go up and across buildings. The rope launcher can also be used as a horizontal fast travel, making navigation faster and easier. The target's getting away on the train. Let's see what we can do to reach him. Trains were an important part of the era and will offer a wealth of new gameplay opportunities. As per Assassin's tradition, Jacob's all-new weapon, the cane, includes a hidden blade.
My death accomplishes nothing, assassin. Guided by our firm hands, society will flourish, driven by speed, ingenuity, and efficiency to a glorious future. The people will obey only us. We will defend this new world against criminals like you.
I believe the world has other plans.
And that's it for today's demo. Hope you enjoyed this E3 preview of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. We can't wait to show you more soon.
This is for the players.
Hello, my name is Scott Phillips, Game Director on Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Today we're playing as Jacob's twin sister, Evie, the Master of Stealth. Evie has her own unique story, skill tree, and stealth abilities. This is what we call a black box mission, where you choose your own path to achieve your goal.
Lots of guards. Predictable patrol routes. Thorn may already be inside. Better stick to the shadows.
We are now approaching the iconic Tower of London. Evie suspects that the vault of the tower might contain the Shroud. Pieces of Eden are artifacts created by the ancient First Civilization and are sources of great power. Each of the doors to the tower is being watched by royal guards. To avoid attracting too much attention, let's find another way in. Let's use the iconic Assassin rope launcher to scale the building. We're now reaching the vantage point highlighted by the eagle icon. Vantage points are the starting points for all of our Black Box missions. Black Box missions follow the Assassin's Creed Syndicate 360 philosophy. It's about giving the players a goal and letting them choose how to achieve it. In this mission, we need to assassinate Lucy Thorne, a powerful Templar also looking for the Shroud.
The Shroud is in a chest that matches the key. Find it and bring it to me.
Halt! Escort to the keys! Halt! Who comes there?
The keys!
Whose keys?
Queen Victoria's keys.
Pass Queen Victoria's keys. You're not with the Royal Guard. How many of you are there? Tell me.
Let me go. This is treason! Just you wait until
You've just seen hints on different approaches to the mission. It's up to you to decide whether to choose an opportunity presented or create your own opportunity based on your playstyle. Before we continue the walkthrough, let's have a quick look at two of the different paths. The first option we'll show is stealing the Tower Master Key. You need to steal the Master Key from the guard captain. Then you need to make your way, unnoticed, to the top of the tower. Then enter the locked door and sneak past Lucy's guard. And surprise the target from above. But let's choose another path. Our second option is to liberate the constable taken hostage by the Templar. We need to infiltrate the building first, take out the Templars inside the house, use the new voltaic bombs, incapacitating multiple enemies at once, get the key to the room where the constable is locked in, get the constable's help to rally his troops, and take the Templars head on. But let's choose another path, one that better suits and highlights Evie's unique stealth capabilities. In the opening sequence, we saw a guard attacking an imposter. Let's go see what's going on. The player's options are highlighted in the environment with different icons. We want to reach the skull icon to investigate this opportunity. We will need to be careful not to get detected by the Royal Guards in charge of patrolling the tower. In order to reach the guard, we'll use Evie's Chameleon ability, as we have to go through the guarding. This skill is unique to Evie and allows her to become virtually invisible to the enemy, even on open ground. Once Evie has acquired the Chameleon skill, it will trigger automatically when you stay still in stealth mode. This skill is also available in the open world when you're playing as Evie. This is the guard we saw at the beginning of the mission. He is a Tower of London guard and a friend of Henry Green, the Master Assassin of London. We need to reach him and talk with him.
You're one of Green's friends, aren't you? Thank heavens you've come.
That Thorn woman has Templars everywhere, disguised as guards.
I think I could pass as one of them long enough to sneak you inside, except the guards out here already know my face. You need to deal with them first. Meet me by the White Tower when you're ready.
He tipped us on the presence of Templars disguised as guards in the Tower of London. We need to take them out, allowing us to get closer to our target.
By the center! Quick march!
can use Eagle Vision to identify our enemy and take a closer look at the environment. We have identified one of the disguised Templar guards. The real tower guards are highlighted in blue. We need to be careful not to be spotted by them, as their job is to protect the tower. Once again, we see the chameleon skill in action, allowing Evie to get close to her target unnoticed. One Templar guard out, one to go. Another one of Evie's unique skills is Knife Master, allowing her to carry more throwing knives and inflict more damage with them than her brother. This suits Evie's stealthy style. A simple headshot will take care of the enemy from a distance, ensuring we remain undetected for the time being. Now that we've taken out both Templar guards, let's get back to our guard ally.
That's all for the men out here. What's next?
Miss Thorne wants me captured. If she sees me in chains, she might let her guard down. Can you make it look convincing?
You mean pretend like you're my prisoner? I'll do my best, ma'am. If we get too close, those Templars might realize I'm not one of theirs.
Then let's keep our distance.
Evie is pretending as if she was captured to safely get close to her target. However, the player remains in complete control of Evie and the guard. As you can see, there's a circle below Evie. You need to make sure you keep your enemies away from that detection circle, or they will figure out something is wrong.
I've caught the assassin! Open the door! Inform Miss Thorne I'm bringing in the assassin!
I knew we'd draw you out.
Ha! As if the likes of you could stand up to Miss Thorne.
We are now getting closer to our target. Our strategy seems to be working, and we're passing right under the nose of the Templars protecting Lucy Thorne.
Your brother will be next, my dear.
I found her wandering inside the walls, ma'am. Thought you'd want to speak with her.
Welcome, Miss Fry. Do you care to tell me where the shroud is? As you wish. I shall find it without your help, and then I'll strangle you with it. Watch her closely. I hope you never find the shroud. You have no idea what it truly can do.
Tell me then.
Those were just a few of the options available to complete this mission, and only a taste of the 360 philosophy you will see throughout Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Thanks for watching.
This is for the players.
Siwa, my home, the sacred oasis.
I thought he was dead.
Our Medjay, the last protector, our prayers are answered. Siwa has not been the same since he left.
I hope you are here to rid us of Medunamun.
Be my eyes, Senu. This temple resembles a fortress. What has happened?
Get out of my way!
There you are, Medunamon. The next masked one on my list. Now it is my turn to tip the balance of Anubis. Better be careful here.
I should go drop these priests in the desert. Let us stand to take them.
A fine bow.
If the people see these dead priests, they will surely revolt.
It is too dangerous. I will pass for now. Guide me, Senu. Medunamun. You will die, Medunamun.
Die, you bastard! Going to kill you for that!
See what is mine!
Finally.
Available October 27th. Pre-order now and get a bonus mission, Secrets of the First Pyramids.
Hi, I'm Scott Phillips, Game Director on Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Today I'm excited to give you a sneak peek at 3 years of hard work from the Ubisoft Quebec team as we've continued to transform Assassin's Creed into a full-blown RPG with choice at the center of everything in the game. In Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you will play a mercenary who embarks on an epic odyssey to reunite their family and confront the ones who tore it apart. During that adventure, you will sail the Aegean seas and explore the lands of ancient Greece, circa 5th century BCE. And for the first time ever, you will choose to play as either a male or female hero, Alexios or Cassandra. Both heroes share the same fully realized story and amazing gameplay. Today, we're going to play as Cassandra as she arrives at the beautiful Greek island of Mykonos.
Ah, Mykonos Island, built from the corpses of giants slain by the legendary Iraklis.
Read me the note again.
Eagle-bearing Misthios. That's you. We are a small but fierce group of rebels who'd pay you handsomely to help us overthrow our Athenian oppressors. A warrior named Diocles fights with them. None who face him survive. Please, Misthios, our people are dying. Signed, Kira.
What did your informant tell you?
Word has already spread of you sinking those ships. There's a price on your head.
Whew, that didn't take long.
There's also word of Spartans landing on Mykonos.
So, I'm here to find Kira, who wants me to kill Diocles.
An Athenian ally.
Who's at war with Sparta.
And don't forget the bounty!
Business as usual, then.
Gods protect you, Cassandra.
Thanks, Varnavas. But they'll be too busy protecting Diocles from me.
We've been spotted! Go! I'll handle this!
Fight them for all you're worth! Ella. Mercenary. This can't be good.
The mighty Eagle Bearer! Ha! I'll be rich when you're dead!
You're chasing your own death, mercenary!
You won't escape me!
You want my head? Come and take it!
You can't defeat me!
You really should have left me alone. Varnavas was right. Spartans have made themselves right at home. I'm looking for Kira.
What do you want with her?
Ha! The mercenary who bears the Eagle of Zeus. You got my message.
It said something about paying me handsomely.
Ha! Mercenaries.
Athenians have enslaved our people for too long. Help us free Mykonos from their grasp.
and you'll have more drachmi than you can carry.
I'm here to kill the Oclis, not go to war.
Which is why I sent word of a rebellion to you and Sparta.
My men are ferocious in a ground assault, but we're outnumbered.
And the Oclis fights with the fury of Ares.
Join us in battle. If you're half the warrior Kira says you are, we'll grind these Athenians into dust.
All right, Spartan. I'll fight with you. But the Oclis is mine.
To battle then.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Ubisoft Forward post-show. My name is Yusuf Magid, and this is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We're going to take a deep dive into about 30 minutes of gameplay, and we're joined by a very special guest here.
Hey everyone, this is Philippe Bergeron, otherwise known as Fizz. I am the quest director on Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
So Fizz, we're setting up here for what looks like an epic encounter. Tell us exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, so here we're midway through the quest that we're showing for UB Forward. Here we're looking at the assault of Burg Castle. So these are big moments that usually sort of culminate at the end of the story. And so here Eivor, our Viking raider, is taking a group of raiders and Fyrds into Burg Castle to go and take down Rued and his clan.
So who exactly is Rued, and why does Eivor sort of want to pick a fight with him?
Basically, Rued comes into play about halfway through this story arc, where at the beginning of the arc, this is something that happens before, Rued basically caused a lot of turmoil within the territory, and Oswald, who's the sort of elderman-to-be to inherit this territory, needs your help to take him down. Oswald having just been defeated in a previous quest, and so here this is revenge, but also accomplishing your ultimate goal.
So Fizz, as you're talking, we're seeing some of the combat of Valhalla. Can you tell us a little bit about the changes to combat this time around?
We wanted to basically add a lot of new mechanics to it. So we added like some dual wielding for the player, like a stun system in there. And we really needed to do this to sort of portray that sort of the brutality that comes with being a Viking in this day and age. So it sort of fits into that the time and the character.
Oswald. He lives. Oh!
Oswald lives!
Eivor, is that you? Shut your arse, twig spine.
Here, Eivor has taken her entire army through the assault, and finally it's revealed that our Elderman, our ally, Oswald, is still alive, and Rued has him captive.
So this is what it comes to, Wolfkist? 2 Danes fighting over a filthy Saxon whoreson? If this swine is your prize, come and get him!
So now that we've seen that Oswald is alive, we have Rued within our sights. What's the next step here?
So the next move for Eivor is to finally face off against Rued. She has her allies, they can take care of the rest of the army. Now it's time to go one-on-one against Rued in one of our boss battles, actually.
Your battle is not yet won, Oswald.
And it's worth pointing out, actually, that here what we're showing is the player going and facing off against Rued aggressively, but we tend to always have to support a 360-degree approach in these things. So the player could have approached us a little bit more stealthily and gotten at least like a good critical hit on either Rued or his wolf, and so you can play this a little bit more strategically if that's your playstyle.
So we're not only fighting Rued here, but also his pet wolf, right?
One of my preferred strategies is to eliminate the wolf first, just focus fire on him. It takes at least one opponent out of the combat. Now Rued will have extra abilities that come into play if you do eliminate his wolf, but I think having one opponent less in the battlefield makes for a good strategy in the whole.
Your efforts. Only the cold dark of Niflheim awaits you.
Valhalla is my destiny. That fate will not be met today. Why doesn't they should be roomed, Wolfkist? Made thralls, not treated as equals. We are better than this. Than all of them.
Do not drag me down to the sewage you wallow in.
Why does a Dane fight tooth and nail for a Saxon? You'd throw in with these wastrels? These Argir swine?
Eivor, no! He should be tried before God, a lawful assembly.
Alright, so we've defeated Rued, we've freed Oswald. What comes next?
Oswald, in this case, prefers for Rued to be kept alive, and so you basically have to choose, are you going to go against his wishes or stay true to your nature?
So we have this choice to make, but before we get into that, I want to rewind a little bit because we just did this big, grand assault, but Eivor couldn't have done it alone. She clearly had to recruit some folks along the way, get some troops, get some allies. So let's actually rewind and see how we went about first gathering those troops.
Right, so when coming up to an assault, it's a game of numbers. Eivor can go into pretty much any location and be a stealthy Viking, eliminating some of the assets, which ultimately would be a strategy. You can do that, and you'll have some of the ingredients or of the assets there that will have been sabotaged, but you still need an army. So here what we're seeing is Eivor going around the countryside and raising what we call a fyrd, which is the men and the women of the territory who come up and fight in the name of a king. So here Eivor is going around and trying to convince people to fight in the name of Oswald to finally take down the oppressor that is Rued.
Defending East Anglia, defending you. Will you not do the same?
What? Die in defense of a lost cause?
Yeah, so she's really using like the image and like the leadership that Oswald had, what he meant to the people in his name. She's going to recruit these people.
Pretty words, Dane. But the men of Theovard have their own battles to fight.
So we're told by this Reeve that there are troops, there are allies that he could add to our cause, but first we sort of need to do him a favor, is that right?
Yeah, so obviously these people have been run down by Rued and the impact he's had on the territory, so I think a lot of these people have sort of lost hope. And so you need to show them that there is hope. And so here Eivor is basically helping them take back one of their prized locations by taking a couple men and raiding a nearby township, basically taking it back for the people and showing that there's a reason to continue fighting and then get them on your side. when Eivor does this, obviously you have access to a full suite of abilities. So again, the improvements that we've done to the fight system. You have some brutal axe throwing in there. You have archery or like range combat abilities in there as well. So really, again, like depending on what your playstyle is, you can customize your loadout and go in there how you wish.
Fizz, we just saw this giant pulse go out. What exactly was that?
So that is what we call the Odin Sight. The Odin Sight is basically our interpretation of the Eagle Vision from previous games, and we thought it was good to sort of bring that back. It's basically Eivor's intuition. It's how she perceives the world. When player uses that, it'll highlight basically interactive objects, like things that will bring her an advantage. So we'll have arrows, like health consumables that are in there. So it really is like a good way of sort of understanding the world and showing you like things that you can go and touch.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of things we can touch, we just picked up this awesome new weapon.
It's something we wanted to play with on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where we have fewer weapons in the game, but you can invest in them more, so they become your weapon. And so depending what your preferred playstyle is or your preferred weapon type, then you can go and choose, I'm gonna fight with this weapon and invest heavily into that.
Not only are we looting weapons, but we see something here called the Book of Knowledge. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
They unlock skills for the players. So here you can see the Valkyrie dive that has just been unlocked. We have these spread out throughout the world, so again, to promote exploration and discovery. As you travel through the world and you explore locations, you can find these books that will add abilities that you can go and invest in, put into your loadout, then go into the different locations or the different quests in the game and use those depending on what your playstyle is.
Now we've recaptured this village, we've secured more troops for our assault. Let's jump back now and figure out what we want to do with Rued.
The rightful king of East Anglia has spared your life today, and so it will be.
Compassion is a virtue suited for anyone, Eivor, including you. Thank you.
Eivor decided to let him live. Rued is really angry about that. Being a Norse Viking, being put to the death in battle is your road to Valhalla, so he was basically denied access to Valhalla in this situation. Obviously, all of these decisions come into play later on in the game, so we have very difficult decisions for the player to make. We didn't want to have easy decisions.
Yeah, you know, when I was playing, I decided to listen to Oswald and spare Rued's life, but what exactly is the relationship like between Eivor and Oswald?
So the relationship between Eivor and Oswald is an alliance. It's basically Eivor is surrounded by territories that initially getting into England are hostile towards her, and obviously if you want to set up a new settlement, you want to make sure that your neighbor is friendly. So here in East Anglia, Oswald is the man for the job, where putting him into a position of power would help her sort of secure her territory. So earlier on to the territory, Eivor comes in here, meets Oswald. The problems he had with Rued are sort of put to light, and going through the arc, you basically help him deal with Rued and aligning basically Danes with Saxons in one territory.
So, Fizz, we've completed the assault, we've gotten our hands dirty with some combat, taken down Rued. We have this big open region of East Anglia, so before we head off to Oswald's wedding, what do you say we head out, have some fun, and see what we can get into in the open world?
That sounds great.
So we see a cat here with a speech bubble above it, and you best believe if you let me talk to a cat, I'm gonna talk to a cat.
Yeah, these are some of our some of my favorite moments actually in the game, where we put out a whole bunch of events throughout the territory. And it sort of rewards, again, exploration, going around. It's a chance for us also to sort of showcase a different side of Eivor. A lot of the quests sort of deal more with like politics and warfare, and this shows a slightly more human nature to her. So it permits us to explore that character a little bit more. And so here, basically, like you're trying to help a kid with his cat, and ultimately get that cat to sort of join your crew as a cat raider.
You just said cat raider way too casually. You're telling me I could have a cat Viking raider on my longship?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Oh my god, yes, I love it. Perfect.
So yeah, as you're riding around the rivers of England, you would see a cat basically walking around your longship, keeping your Viking raiders company.
You know, speaking of the Viking longship, we're seeing some of that gameplay here now. Can you talk a little bit about how that works and functions in Valhalla?
Yeah, so starting out on this project, I think the Viking longship is one of the biggest images that we all have when we think about Vikings in our game. And so Vikings had this awesome design for a longship that had a very shallow hull, so it permitted them to go very far inland very quickly, and you could basically disembark Viking raiders like on pretty much any shore. We added that into the game where you can basically sail up to any location and then just decide to disembark with your guys and raid a location, loot all its treasure, get back in the ship, and then continue sailing down the river to your next opportunity.
So I know past Assassin's Creed games allowed for songs and things like that to be sung on ships. Will Valhalla have a similar version of that?
Yeah, so this is something we actually wanted the crew of your ship to become like your home away from home. So we added stories and songs into the ship. So basically, as the player is going around, you could decide to have your skald sort of sing a song for you as you row down the river. But you can also decide, depending on who the raiders are in your ship, to hear more about their life. So you can actually queue up stories, and they'll give you a little bit more background on who they are. So you get to know your sort of fighters as you're traveling around the world, which is a cool moment.
So here we're seeing a bit of a different view. What exactly are we looking at?
We had this on previous Assassins where you would like ride on your horse and you could pull out, have the horse sort of follow the track. We have a similar thing for the ship where you can put up your sails. It's cruise control for the ship, so you can pull back, take in the scenery, listen to some songs or some stories, and just take it all in.
So, you know, speaking of Viking songs, we have an activity here that's not exactly singing, but kind of related, right?
Yeah, so here what we have is what we call flighting, which was an activity that Norse people would partake in. They would like to have a battle of wits and sort of poetry where insults would be thrown back and forth between each other. The idea was to try and have a good insult, but also to have a good rhythm and a good rhyme in there. So it's basically a precursor to rap battles.
Here's the silver. Now begin.
To all those whom I speak, they say Eivor's a clod.
Then you're speaking to fools and their knowledge is flawed.
Well...
How exactly do you go about being successful in one of these?
The trick behind a good flight was to choose the right insult, identifying the right cadence, and then trying to find what rhymed the best.
I'm known for my might.
Interesting. Silent whispers all claim that you're terribly dense.
Then you've clearly misheard them. My wit is immense.
Oh, you looked out with that one. Well, what a surprise. Eivor of the Raven Clan is a true talent. I'm shocked.
Don't believe everything you hear, unless it touches on my flighting. Then heed every word.
Take the coin.
So now that we've proven our sharp tongue and wit, I think it's time for a bit more relaxing activity. So we're fishing here.
Yeah, that's it. So we gave Eivor a fishing line, so you can actually throw out a line and go catch some fish. This is used basically to play into our new health loop where the player will lose health in the world, and it doesn't automatically regenerate like we would have in the past. So you actually have to go out and get some supplies. So you'll find mushrooms and some food that you can gather. But here, like you can also catch some fish and consume that to regain some health. We also will sometimes have it in certain quests. So it's a good way to sort of chill out on the side of the water and just, again, take it all in. So this is what we call one of our offering altars. So the idea is that you find these around the world and you make offerings to it. So it'll take like animal parts and stuff that you can find throughout the world. Here what you're seeing though is sort of like a fancy version of it, where as you do your offering you get interrupted by some kids that basically come and steal your stuff. So it was just a way for us to sort of showcase that like the systems and the activities in the world can sort of play in with some quests and some little events. So it's our way to sort of dress up these moments and make it all fit inside the whole experience.
Yeah, this seemed like a really sort of unexpected turn for what I thought was going to be kind of a simple interaction.
Yeah, and it's really what we were trying to do with these events is to give another dimension to Eivor, other than just, you know, the pure Rar Viking or the politician. Because you can imagine at some point that will grow old if you're always telling that version of the character. So it lets us really go into the depth of who is Eivor, what motivates her, how she can interact with the world outside of warfare and politics.
Your stealth needs work.
We were close.
And it also showcases like a different facet of the world at the same time. It's not only Eivor. So it just widens the breadth of the stories that we can tell.
So who exactly are these two children?
These are kids of East Anglia. They are going through tough times with whatever Rued's been doing to the territory. And so they're just here trying to survive and basically exploit the people that are there to make offerings.
It was kind of nice to see that Eivor wasn't really necessarily upset at them for stealing, and, you know, after you talk to them, you have the choice of helping them. You can, you know, give them food, give them some money, or, you know, maybe just say, hey, good luck, on your way.
Yeah, and then this is something we also wanted to do a lot. Like, so here we're doing an event, we do it in quests as well, but we want to give a lot of this agency into players' hands so that they can sort of shape Eivor a little bit. Who she is, so it represents them a little bit more, and they can roleplay that a little bit better. And again, it just gives her like a little bit more humanity in these moments.
This is what large walkers should do. Provide for small walkers.
Here, large walker.
A necklace?
Yes, it's a St. Martin seal. You're welcome here anytime, large walker. You're one of us now. Visit us, okay?
I will. Take care now, small green walkers.
So I think AC veterans might recognize this here, but what exactly is Eivor chasing down?
Yeah, so here you're seeing Eivor running down one of our tattoo images. So this is challenging the player on free run abilities, but also for fans of the series, sort of pulling at their heartstrings for some beloved features.
So are we going to be able to tattoo Eivor?
Yes. By collecting these tattoos, you actually bring them back to your settlement, and then you can customize different body parts, having different tattoos everywhere. So again, another form of expression, and it's sort of to represent that Viking culture.
Fizz, one of my favorite things when I was just out there exploring East Anglia was coming upon a house or a building and realizing that there was a chest inside, but that there was no easy way in. And in this case, I saw all the doors were barred, but I knew that because there was a chest in there, there must have been some way to get inside. So I went around the back and, you know, found a way in.
Yeah, I'm glad you actually caught on to that. You're pointing at something that we wanted to work on a lot on Valhalla, where we wanted the exploration to make you feel smarter. So we played a lot with puzzle solving, so making sure that every house that you find sort of appeals to you, like it draws your attention, and then when you want to come and explore, it's not given to you. You still have to work for it a little bit, so it'll challenge you on your observation skills, logic, just trying to find how do I get into this. So we play a lot with level design, quest design, to offer challenges to players, and you basically come out of it like with a better feeling for the exploration, but you also get to see more of a story behind any of these locations which we've crafted. So it gave us a little bit more time to sort of slow down the experience and tell a different version of a story.
A poor victim of someone's fury.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about exploration and just finding things out in the world, I was just wandering and came across this clearing and found this kind of morbid altar.
Yeah, so this is one of our bigger events that we have scattered in the world. So as Eivor explores, she can find altars like this, and by interacting with them, here it's a trap that's been set by this character named Regan. Now, there's a bigger story behind all this. There's multiple steps to it later on. So this is one of the moments. It permits us to go into a slightly more mystical realm and play with a boss fight that has more magical abilities, if we will. And basically have this awesome boss fight in the middle of the swamps. And so here the abilities that you see Regan using are a little bit on the mystical side of things. What's happening is Eivor at the beginning in that trap is poisoned, and so she starts sort of hallucinating, seeing the world in a sort of different light and filter. And so that's sort of what lets us go into the realm of the weird.
My rage, spirit of my father's rage, fill me!
Enough of this crackling and bloodshed. Let rest your demons.
So we just saw here that Regan belongs to something called the Daughters of Lyrium?
Yeah, that's correct. By finding the other daughters, you'll get a little bit more backstory on who they are, so we don't want to spoil that too much. But it creates like a sort of greater story that is not on the main path in any way, but it is still very rich and adds to the lore of this world and actually plays into history.
So we just had a really exciting, really intense boss battle. I think it's time for something a little bit more relaxing and calming now.
Yeah, it's all about pacing yourself with the highs and the lows. So here we have a low chill moment of what we call building a cairn. So Eivor, as she explores the world, will find these sort of meditative areas where you have a pile of rocks that you could just stack on top of another using physics. And I mean, yeah, the ultimate goal is to try and get the highest pile of rocks, but really it's about taking in the sights, relaxing, taking a step back, and just building something.
Together we stack stones into cairns.
These?
Yes. Think of this as a test of mind and wit. Stack the cairn stones high and wide into any shape you like.
I mean, you can spend as much time as you want building these things, making them as high as you want, as weird as you want. I'm sure like a lot of these stuff will end up on the internet, like people comparing structures. And the cool thing is that once you've built it and you decide to get out of it, it sort of stays there. And so that's yours, right? And until the moment where you come back and you want to build a new one, it's sort of cool that we were able to give that to players to express themselves.
At this point in the demo, we've explored East Anglia, we've met some children, we've broken into a house, we fought a boss, we built a cairn. I think now it's finally time to go and head off to Oswald's wedding.
Yeah, so this is the moment it's all been building up to. By the moment you get into the territory, it's sort of like mentioned by Oswald that he's trying to get married with his Dane lady. And so as you go through the arc, that's sort of like the underlying thread. Really, it's about Rued creating turmoil in the territory and helping Oswald sort of get above that and show that he's a good leader. And so you finally, after going through all of that arc, finally get these two together, go through their wedding, and you're invited to attend the ceremony. And then all the activities and fun times that comes afterwards.
Yeah, as much as we've seen the brutal side of England, it's nice to see the joyous side of it as well.
Yeah, and it's something we really wanted to play on in Valhalla, where being a Viking is not only about being a raider or warrior. I mean, there's revelry, there's feasting, there's partying that goes, and like if someone knows how to party, it's a Viking. And so here, this is one of our opportunities to sort of show what a sort of Viking gathering is. And what's cool here is it's a good alliance of Norse culture with Saxon culture, sort of smashing those two things together, and building bridges.
Yeah, I mean, what's a wedding without some drunk archery, right?
Yeah, so like, anything can happen in a Viking event, right? Eivor, yeah, here, just get drunk, shoot some arrows.
Barely a challenge.
Steady all, and ready yourself for the wedding race. The king and his bride against all.
My king, he...
So here we see the decision I made to spare Rued came back to bite us.
Yep, that's the decision you made, coming back. So as we said before, all of your decisions have consequences, and this is a big one.
I challenge you.
I accept.
You're basically presented with the option to sort of step in for Oswald, fight the fight for him, or let him go and fight his own fight.
Yeah, you know, personally, I chose to fight myself because I thought Eivor is the type of person that likes to finish what she started.
Plank by plank, and a dead king cannot keep his oaths. Let me finish this.
Oswald, you gutless Arya swine! I'll slay the wolf-kissed, then hang you with your own tongue.
How does this encounter with Rued differ from our previous fight with him?
So at this point, you've eliminated his wolf, so it's just him. And so he's angry at this point, and so he will start using his big gun abilities like fairly earlier on in the fight. So it's way more vicious, way faster. There's less strategy. He goes literally swords blazing at you. And so this is a fight to the death. And of course here, like, this is a decision you made to go and fight him, but there's multiple outcomes to this scenario. You could have let Oswald fight his own fight, and prove basically his station as the rightful leader. If you had eliminated Rued, obviously this would not have happened. It would have been a slightly more joyous occasion. But ultimately, in all scenarios, you still have an alliance with Oswald. He's proven to be the right leader for this territory, and to be a good ally for you.
A great service. I promised you an alliance, and now you have it.
And one day I will need you to make good on that alliance.
So we're about to take off from the wedding, but Eivor decides it's a good idea to check up on her friend Finner.
Yeah, so Finner is probably one of the more recurring characters in this arc. You get to meet him very early on. He's a very endearing character, sort of used to have a Viking life, sort of misses it, and going through all these adventures together is sort of like lights that fire back, and so he's willing to join you in your raiders. So he's one of many raiders that you'll encounter in the game, and you can sort of recruit, bring back home, and then have them sort of join you on your adventures on the Longship. He can tell you these stories that we're telling you about. You get to know a little bit more about him. So again, it's a fun way to sort of discover more about these characters that you meet and bring them along for adventures.
Together.
I'll gather my things.
Well, folks, we've come to the end of our Assassin's Creed Valhalla playthrough. Fizz, thank you so much for joining us. When and where can people play it?
Assassin's Creed Valhalla will be out on Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, and is coming to Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PC, and Stadia on November 17th.
The following in-game 4K capture has been edited for time. A Ubisoft original. A sprawling 9th century Baghdad appears in golden sunlight. Quick moments flash by, including scenes of battle, dramatic leaps, and intense hand-to-hand combat. Basim perches on a horizontal beam jutting out above a bustling street. He jumps to a railing across a balcony and swings on a pole, making his way onto a rope spanning 2 buildings.
There you are.
He drops and assassinates a man. Fleeing, Basim knocks down some wooden scaffolding to block pursuers.
Don't let him escape! Time to vanish.
He leaps acrobatically from one pole to another.
Get back here, dog!
You hear that, bloodbag?
He climbs to a rooftop terrace, then jumps down to a rope and runs across it.
Stand and fight, you worm!
Bounding from one beam to another, Basim scrambles across a lattice, swings on a pole, then grabs a rope and slides along it like a zip line.
You're dead!
The figure fires an arrow at him.
Getting away!
The arrow misses and he drops from the rope and continues along above a narrow street, bounding from one object to the next high above the ground. He reaches a platform and drops down into a shady courtyard where he calmly strolls through a door. A subtitle appears as he clasps Fulad's hands.
Alhamdulillah.
Praise be to God.
Alhamdulillah.
Basim and Fulad turn toward Roshan, who nods.
I am glad you are safe.
Another man walks over to them.
Alhamdulillah. A first of many achievements to come, Basim.
We should only hope. There's still much work to do.
Basim pulls back his hood and joins Roshan by a map.
While our focus was on Al Ghul, Fulav quietly scouted the city for where we could erect more bureaus.
I have found dwellings in 3 districts that are most unassuming. Abid and Rebecca have arrived from Alamut and set off to Al Abyssiya and Karh. I will make my way to Sharqiya shortly.
And I will join Rebecca in Karh, where corruption is as common as the arid air. See Abu Ja'far about some things he's been working on. Then come find us.
Roshan and Fulad step away while Basim joins Abu at a table.
Have a look, Basim. I may have something that is of interest to you.
A diagram appears showing an assortment of tools in a circle. A blow dart is selected and the words "Unlock blow dart" appear.
Resourceful as always. My thanks, Abu Ja'far.
Basim turns from Abu and strides to a notice board. A diagram showing several missions appears, and one labeled "The Concubine" is selected. Text below the assignment reads, one of Caliph's concubines, a rebel spy, was brought to the prince's palace for interrogation. Assassinate whoever is holding her captive. Now, time passes quickly as Basim sits outside wearing a pensive look, then perches above a building's dome, an eagle soaring by near him. Later, he rises from a bench and bounds up to a rooftop, where he steps out onto the horizontal beam that juts out above a bustling street.
This is the place. What do you see, Enkidu?
The eagle, Enkidu, dodges an arrow.
Let us reconsider the approach.
Text reads, Enkidu is fleeing due to a marksman in the area. Basim dives and soars down to land on a cart full of hay before rising and sprinting over to the walls of the palace. He quickly scales up a wall. The view of the area beyond briefly goes dark and text reads, Restricted Area, Prince's Palace. Basim leaps and lands in a flower bed near some civilian women.
Act as usual.
That guard who likes me said she and Ali's followers are trying to overthrow the prince.
What madness! They will surely fail.
After a figure labeled Assassinate walks past the group, Basim steps away from the women and, crouching, creeps stealthily around a wall and through some plants. The tool choices appear again and blow dart is selected. Basim hits one of 2 guards with a dart.
Shit! She little bastards!
As the unhurt guard goes to his comrade's side, Basim stabs him, then continues onward. He makes his way past a large pile of bulging sacks, then creeps through another flower bed. The tool choices reappear and Noisemaker is selected. Basim throws the Noisemaker behind a guard and it explodes.
What?
Basim sneaks up behind the distracted guard, kicks his legs out, then stabs him.
Die now!
Spotting another guard ahead, Basim hurls a blade and takes him down. Dashing past his victims, Basim climbs an outdoor staircase. he swiftly scales up the side of a tower to where an archer stands. Basim stabs him and hurls him off the tower.
The sky is safe, my friend. Survey the area, Enkidu.
Text reads, marksman eliminated, Enkidu is available.
There is my target.
The eagle soars above an ornate building. Now, Basim deftly tightropes across a line running from the tower to his target building. He climbs up the structure's wall and drops to a rope stretching over a courtyard.
Learn your play!
The view dims and Basim peers down at a man labeled Assassinate who hits the prisoner. 3 guards stand on a balcony that partly encircles the courtyard. The ghostly shape of Basim appears beside each of the guards. Basim is transported to each of the 3 spots, one after the other, where he quickly dispatches each of the 3 men.
Tell me what I wish to know, and no more need die this day.
As Basim peers down at the interrogation, the tool chosen is trap. Shifting a target across the floor of the courtyard, Basim picks a spot and hurls the trap, which sinks into the ground. He leaps from the balcony railing and, seen in slow motion, lands on the interrogator and kills him. Hurling his blade, he takes out another man.
Thank you so much.
Basim draws a sword and slices an attacker. His trap explodes in green smoke, dropping another man, whom Basim dashes past.
Come on.
He nears 2 others.
There he is! Stop him!
Red smoke erupts in Basim's wake. After scampering back over the palace walls, Basim drops down on a man and delivers him a fatal blow. He trots off down a narrow street and through an outdoor marketplace. The view rises to take in the domes and rooftops of the sprawling city awash in golden sunlight as Enkidu soars past the tower. An ornate A-shaped logo appears above the words Assassin's Creed Mirage. Text appears around more game footage. Discover the Deluxe Edition, a Ubisoft original, Assassin's Creed Mirage, October 12th. Pre-order available now.